Jeremiah chapter 1 The words of Jeremias the son of Helshias, of the priests that were in Anathoth, in the land of Benjamin. 2 The word of the Lord which came to him in the days of Josias the son of Ammon king of Judah, in the 13th year of his reign. 3 And which came to him in the days of Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah, unto the end of the 11th year of Sedecias the son of Josias king of Judah, even unto the carrying away of Jerusalem captive, in the 5th month. 4 And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, 5 Before I formed thee in the bowels of thy mother, I knew thee, and before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and made thee a prophet unto the nations. 6 And I said, Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. 7 And the Lord said to me, Say not, I am a child, for thou shalt go to all that I shall send thee, and whatsoever I shall command thee, thou shalt speak. 8 Be not afraid at their presence, for I am with thee to deliver thee, saith the Lord. 9 And the Lord put forth his hand, and touched my mouth, and the Lord said to me, Behold, I have given my words in thy mouth. 10 Lo, I have set thee this day over the nations, and over the kingdoms, to root up, and pull down, and to waste, and to destroy, and to build, and to plant. 11 And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, What seest thou, Jeremias? And I said, I see a rod watching. 12 And the Lord said to me, Thou hast seen well, for I will watch over my word to perform it. 13 And the word of the Lord came to me a second time, saying, What seest thou? I see a boiling cauldron, and the face thereof from the face of the north. 14 And the Lord said to me, From the north shall an evil break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land. 15 For behold, I will call together all the families of the kingdoms of the north, saith the Lord, and they shall come, and shall set every one his throne in the entrance of the gates of Jerusalem, and upon all the walls thereof round about, and upon all the cities of Judah. 16 And I will pronounce my judgments against them, touching all their wickedness, who have forsaken me, and have sacrificed to strange gods, and have adored the work of their own hands. 17 Thou therefore gird up thy loins, and arise, and speak to them all that I command thee. Be not afraid at their presence, for I will make thee not to fear their countenance. 18 For behold, I have made thee this day a fortified city, and a pillar of iron, and a wall of brass, over all the land, to the kings of Judah, to the princes thereof, and to the priests, and to the people of the land. 19 And they shall fight against thee, and shall not prevail, for I am with thee, saith the Lord, to deliver thee. Chapter 2 1 And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, To go, and cry in the ears of Jerusalem, saying, Thus saith the Lord, I have remembered thee, pitying thy soul, pitying thy youth, and the love of thy espousals, when thou followedst me in the desert, in a land that is not sown. 3 Israel is holy to the Lord, the first fruits of his increase. All they that devour him offend, evils shall come upon them, saith the Lord. 4 Hear ye the word of the Lord, O house of Jacob, and all ye families of the house of Israel. 5 Thus saith the Lord, What iniquity have your fathers found in me, that they are gone far from me, and have walked after vanity, and are become vain? 6 And they have not said, Where is the Lord, that made us come up out of the land of Egypt? That led us through the desert, through a land uninhabited and unpassable, through a land of drought, and the image of death, through a land wherein no man walked, nor any man dwelt. 7 And I brought you into the land of Carmel, to eat the fruit thereof, and the best things thereof. When ye entered in, you defiled my land, and made my inheritance an abomination. 8 The priests did not say, Where is the Lord? And they that held the law knew me not, and the pastors transgressed against me, and the prophets prophesied in Baal, and followed idols. 9 Therefore will I yet contend in judgment with you, saith the Lord, and I will plead with your children. 10 Pass over to the isles of Sethim, and see, and send into Cedar, and consider diligently, and see if there hath been done anything like this. 11 If a nation hath changed their gods, and indeed they are not gods, but my people have changed their glory into an idol. 12 Be astonished, O ye heavens, at this, and ye gates thereof, be very desolate, saith the Lord. 13 For my people have done two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living water, and have digged to themselves cisterns, broken cisterns, that can hold no water. 14 Is Israel a bondman, or a home-born slave? Why then is he become prey? 15 The lions have roared upon him, and have made a noise, they have made his land a wilderness, his cities are burnt down and there is none to dwell in them. 16 The children also of Memphis, and of Taphnes have deflowered thee, even to the crown of the head. 17 Hath not this been done to thee, because thou hast forsaken the Lord thy God at that time, when he led thee by the way? 18 And now what hast thou to do in the way of Egypt, to drink the troubled water? And what hast thou to do with the way of the Assyrians, to drink the water of the river? 19 Thy own wickedness shall reprove thee, and thy apostasy shall rebuke thee. Know thou, and see that it is an evil and a bitter thing for thee, to have left the Lord thy God, and that my fear is not with thee, saith the Lord the God of hosts. 20 Of old time thou hast broken my yoke, thou hast burst my bands, and thou saidst, I will not serve. For on every high hill, and under every green tree thou didst prostitute thyself. 21 Yet I planted thee a chosen vineyard, all true seed. 21 Yet I planted thee a chosen vineyard, all true seed, how then art thou turned unto me into that which is good for nothing, O strange vineyard? 22 Though thou wash thyself with nitre, and multiply to thyself the herb boreth, thou art stained in thy iniquity before me, saith the Lord God. 23 How canst thou say, I am not polluted, and I have not walked after Baalim? See thy ways in the valley, know what thou hast done, as a swift runner pursuing his course. 24 A wild ass accustomed to the wilderness in the desire of his heart, snuffed up the wind of his love, none shall turn her away, all that seek her shall not fail, in her monthly filth they shall find her. 25 Keep thy foot from being bare, and thy throat from thirst. But thou saidst, I have lost all hope, I will not do it, for I have loved strangers, and I will walk after them. 26 As the thief is confounded when he is taken, so is the house of Israel confounded, they and their kings, their princes, and their priests, and their prophets. 27 Saying to a stock, Thou art my father, and to a stone, Thou hast begotten me, they have turned their back to me, and not their face, and in the time of their affliction they will say, Arise, and deliver us. 28 Where are the gods, whom thou hast made thee? Let them arise and deliver thee in the time of thy affliction, for according to the number of thy cities were thy gods, O Judah. 29 Why will you contend with me in judgment? You have all forsaken me, saith the Lord. 30 In vain have I struck your children, they have not received correction, your sword hath devoured your prophets, your generation is like a ravaging lion. 31 See ye the word of the Lord, am I become a wilderness to Israel, or a late ward springing land? Why then have my people said, We are revolted, we will come to thee no more? 32 Will a virgin forget her ornament, or a bride her stomacher? But my people hath forgotten me days without number. 33 Why dost thou endeavor to shew thy way good to seek my love, thou who has also taught thy malices to be thy ways? 34 And in thy skirts is found the blood of the souls of the poor and innocent? Not in ditches have I found them, but in all places, which I mentioned before. 35 And thou hast said, I am without sin and am innocent, and therefore let thy anger be turned away from me. Behold, I will contend with thee in judgment, because thou hast said, I have not sinned. 36 How exceeding base art thou become, going the same ways over again. and thou shalt be ashamed of Egypt, as thou wast ashamed of Assyria. 37 For from thence thou shalt go, and thy hand shall be upon thy head, for the Lord hath destroyed thy trust, and thou shalt have nothing prosperous therein. Chapter 3:1 It is commonly said, if a man put away his wife, and she go from him, and marry another man, shall he return to her any more? Shall not that woman be polluted, and defiled? But thou hast prostituted thyself to many lovers, nevertheless return to me, saith the Lord, and I will receive thee. 2 Lift up thy eyes on high, and see where thou hast not prostituted thyself. Thou didst sit in the ways, waiting for them as a robber in the wilderness, and thou hast polluted the land with thy fornications, and with thy wickedness. 3 Therefore the showers were withholden, and there was no lateward rain, thou hadst a harlot's forehead, thou wouldst not blush. 4 Therefore at least at this time call to me, thou art my father, the guide of my virginity. 5 Wilt thou be angry forever, or wilt thou continue until the end? Behold, thou hast spoken, and hast done evil things, and hast been able. 6 And the Lord said to me in the days of King Josias, Hast thou seen what rebellious Israel hast done? She hath gone out of herself upon every high mountain, and under every green tree, and hath played the harlot there. 7 And when she had done all these things, I said, Return to me, and she did not return. And her treacherous sister Judah saw, 8 That because the rebellious Israel had played the harlot, I had put her away, and had given her a bill of divorce, yet her treacherous sister Judah was not afraid, but went and played the harlot also herself. 9 And by the facility of her fornication she defiled the land, and played the harlot with stones and with stocks. 10 And after all this, her treacherous sister Judah hath not returned to me with her whole heart, but with falsehood, saith the Lord. 11 And the Lord said to me, The rebellious Israel hath justified her soul, in comparison of the treacherous Judah. 12 Go, and proclaim these words toward the north, and thou shalt say, Return, O rebellious Israel, saith the Lord, and I will not turn away my face from you, for I am holy, saith the Lord, and I will not be angry forever. 13 But yet acknowledge thy iniquity, that thou hast transgressed against the Lord thy God, and thou hast scattered thy ways to strangers under every green tree, and hast not heard my voice, saith the Lord. 14 Return, O ye revolting children, saith the Lord, for I am your husband, and I will take you, 1 of a city, and 2 of a kindred, and will bring you into Zion. 15 And I will give you pastors according to my own heart, and they shall feed you with knowledge and doctrine. 16 And when you shall be multiplied, and increase in the land in those days, saith the Lord, they shall say no more, The ark of the covenant of the Lord, neither shall it come upon the heart, neither shall they remember it, neither shall it be visited, neither shall that be done any more. 17 At that time Jerusalem shall be called the throne of the Lord, and all the nations shall be gathered together to it, in the name of the Lord to Jerusalem, and they shall not walk after the perversity of their most wicked heart. 18 In those days the house of Judah shall go to the house of Israel, and they shall come together out of the land of the north to the land which I gave to your fathers. 19 But I said, How shall I put thee among the children, and give thee a lovely land, the goodly inheritance of the armies of the Gentiles? And I said, Thou shalt call me Father and shalt cease to walk after me. 20 But as a woman that despiseth her lover, so hath the house of Israel despised me, saith the Lord. 21 A voice was heard in the highways, weeping and howling of the children of Israel, because they have made their way wicked, they have forgotten the Lord. 21 A voice was heard in the highways, weeping and howling of the children of Israel, because they have made their way wicked, they have forgotten the Lord their God. 22 Return, you rebellious children, and I will heal your rebellions. Behold, we come to thee, for thou art the Lord our God. 23 In very deed the hills were liars, and the multitude of the mountains, truly in the Lord our God is the salvation of Israel. 24 Confusion hath devoured the labor of our fathers from our youth, their flocks and their herds, their sons and their daughters. 25 We shall sleep in our confusion, and our shame shall cover us, because we have sinned against the Lord our God, we and our fathers from our youth even to this day, and we have not hearkened to the voice of the Lord our God. Chapter 4 1 If thou wilt return, O Israel, saith the Lord, return to me, if thou wilt take away thy stumbling blocks out of my sight, thou shalt not be moved. 2 And thou shalt swear, as the Lord liveth, in truth, and in judgment, and in justice, and the Gentiles shall bless him, and shall praise him. 3 For thus saith the Lord to the men of Judah and Jerusalem, break up anew your fallow ground, and sow not upon thorns, for be circumcised to the Lord, and take away the foreskins of your hearts, ye men of Judah, and ye inhabitants of Jerusalem, lest my indignation come forth like fire, and burn, and there be none that can quench it, because of the wickedness of your thoughts. 5 Declare ye in Judah, and make it heard in Jerusalem, speak, and sound with the trumpet in the land, cry aloud, and say, assemble yourselves, and let us go into strong cities. 6 Set up the standard in Zion. Strengthen yourselves, stay not, for I bring evil from the north, and great destruction. 7 The lion is come up out of his den, and the robber of nations hath roused himself, he is come forth out of his place, to make thy land desolate, thy cities shall be laid waste, remaining without an inhabitant. 8 For this gird yourselves with haircloth, lament and howl, for the fierce anger of the Lord is not turned away from us. 9 And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord, that the heart of the king shall perish, and the heart of the princes, and the priests shall be astonished, and the prophets shall be amazed. 10 And I said, Alas, 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 O Lord God, hast thou then deceived this people and Jerusalem, saying, you shall have peace, and behold the sword reacheth even to the soul? 11 At that time it shall be said to this people, and to Jerusalem, a burning wind is in the ways that are in the desert of the way of the daughter of my people, not to fan, nor to cleanse. 12 A full wind from these places shall come to me, and now I will speak my judgments with them. 13 Behold, he shall come up as a cloud, and his chariots as a tempest, his horses are swifter than eagles. Woe unto us, for we are laid waste. 14 Wash thy heart from wickedness, O Jerusalem, that thou mayst be saved. How long shall hurtful thoughts abide in thee? 15 For a voice of one declaring from Dan, and giving notice of the idol from Mount Ephraim. 16 Say yet to the nations, behold, it is heard in Jerusalem, that guards are coming from a far country, and give out their voice against the cities of Judah. 17 They are set round about her, as keepers of fields, because she hath provoked me to wrath, saith the Lord. 18 Thy ways and thy devices have brought these things upon thee, this is thy wickedness, because it is bitter, because it hath touched thy heart. 19 My bowels are in pain, the senses of my heart are troubled within me, I will not hold my peace, for my soul hath heard the sound of the trumpet, the cry of battle. 20 Destruction upon destruction is called for, and all the earth is laid waste, my tents are destroyed on a sudden, and my pavilions in a moment. 21 How long shall I see men fleeing away, how long shall I hear the sound of the trumpet? 22 For my foolish people have not known me, they are foolish and senseless children, they are wise to do evil, but to do good they have no knowledge. 23 I beheld the earth, and lo it was void and nothing, and the heavens, and there was no light in them. 24 I looked upon the mountains, and behold they trembled, and all the hills were troubled. 25 I beheld, and lo there was no man, and all the birds of the air were gone. 26 I looked, and behold Carmel was a wilderness, and all its cities were destroyed at the presence of the Lord, and at the presence of the wrath of his indignation. 27 For thus saith the Lord, all the land shall be desolate, but yet I will not utterly destroy. 28 The earth shall mourn, and the heavens shall lament from above, because I have spoken, I have purposed, and I have not repented, neither am I turned away from it. 29 At the voice of the horsemen, and the archers, all the city is fled away, they have entered into thickets and have climbed up the rocks, all the cities are forsaken, and there dwelleth not a man in them. 30 But when thou art spoiled, what wilt thou do? Though thou deckest thee with ornaments of gold, and paintest thy eyes with stibic stone, thou shalt dress thyself out in vain, thy lovers have despised thee, they will seek thy life. 31 For I have heard the voice as of a woman in travail, anguishes as of a woman in labor of a child. The voice of the daughter of Zion, dying away, spreading her hands, woe is me, for my soul hath fainted because of them that are slain. Chapter 5 1 Go about through the streets of Jerusalem, and see, and consider, and seek in the broad places thereof, if you can find a man that execute judgment, and seek faith, and I will be merciful unto it. 2 And though they say, The Lord liveth, this also they will swear falsely. 3 O Lord, thy eyes are upon truth, thou hast struck them, and they have not grieved, thou hast bruised them, and they have refused to receive correction, they have made their faces harder than the rock, and they have refused to return. 4 But I said, perhaps these are poor and foolish, that know not the way of the Lord, the judgment of their God. 5 I will go therefore to the great men, and I will speak to them, for they know the way of the Lord, the judgment of their God, and behold these have together broken the yoke more, and have burst the bonds. 6 Wherefore a lion out of the wood hath slain them, a wolf in 6 Wherefore a lion out of the wood hath slain them, a wolf in the evening, hath spoiled them, a leopard watcheth for their cities, every one that shall go out thence shall be taken, because their transgressions are multiplied, their rebellions are strengthened. 7 How can I be merciful to thee? Thy children have forsaken me, and swear by them that are not gods, I fed them to the full, and they committed adultery, and rioted in the harlot's house. 8 They are become as amorous horses and stallions, every one neighed after his neighbor's wife. 9 Shall I not visit for these things, saith the Lord? And shall not my soul take revenge on such a nation? 10 Scale down the walls thereof, and throw them down, but do not utterly destroy, take away the branches thereof, because they are not the Lord's. 11 For the house of Israel, and the house of Judah have greatly transgressed against me, saith the Lord. 12 They have denied the Lord, and said, It is not he, and the evil shall not come upon us, we shall not see the sword and famine. 13 The prophets have spoken in the wind, and there was no word of God in them, these things therefore shall befall them. 14 Thus saith the Lord the God of hosts, because you have spoken this word, behold I will make my words in thy mouth as fire, and this people as wood, and it shall devour them. 15 Behold I will bring upon you a nation from afar, O house of Israel, saith the Lord, a strong nation, an ancient nation, a nation whose language thou shalt not know, nor understand what they say. 16 Their quiver is as an open sepulchre, they are all valiant. 17 And they shall eat up thy corn, and thy bread, they shall devour thy sons, and thy daughters, they shall eat up thy flocks, and thy herds, they shall eat thy vineyards, and thy figs, and with the sword they shall destroy thy strong cities, wherein thou trustest. 18 Nevertheless in those days, saith the Lord, I will not bring you to utter destruction. 19 And if you shall say, Why hath the Lord our God done all these things to us? Thou shalt say to them, As you have forsaken me, and served a strange God in your own land, so shall you serve strangers in a land that is not your own. 20 Declare ye this to the house of Jacob, and publish it in Judah, saying, 21 Hear, O foolish people, and without understanding, who have eyes, and see not, and ears, and hear not. 22 Will not you then fear me, saith the Lord, and will you not repent at my presence? I have set the sand a bound for the sea, an everlasting ordinance, which it shall not pass over, and the waves thereof shall toss themselves, and shall not prevail, they shall swell, and shall not pass over it. 23 But the heart of this people is become hard of belief and provoking, they are revolted and gone away. 24 And they have not said in their heart, Let us fear the Lord our God, who giveth us the early and the latter rain in due season, who preserveth for us the fullness of the yearly harvest. 25 Your iniquities have turned these things away, and your sins have withholden good things from you. 26 For among my people are found wicked men, that lie in wait as fowlers, setting snares and traps to catch men. 27 As a net is full of birds, so their houses are full of deceit, therefore are they become great and enriched. 28 They are grown gross and fat, and have most wickedly transgressed my words. They have not judged the cause of the widow, they have not managed the cause of the fatherless, they have not judged the judgment of the poor. 29 Shall I not visit for these things, saith the Lord? Or shall not my soul take revenge on such a nation? 30 Astonishing and wonderful things have been done in the land. 31 The prophets prophesied falsehood, and the priests clapped their hands, and my people loved such things, what then shall be done in the end thereof? Chapter 6 1 Strengthen yourselves, ye sons of Benjamin, in the midst of Jerusalem, and sound the trumpet in Thekua, and set up the standard over Bethacharam, for evil is seen out of the north, and a great destruction. 2 I have likened the daughter of Zion to a beautiful and delicate woman. 3 The shepherds shall come to her with their flocks, they have pitched their tents against her round about, every one shall feed them that are under his hand. 4 Prepare ye war against her, arise, and let us go up at midday, woe unto us, for the day is declined, for the shadows of the evening are grown longer. 5 Arise, and let us go up in the night, and destroy her houses. 6 For thus saith the Lord of hosts, hew down her trees, cast up a trench about Jerusalem, this is the city to be visited, all oppression is in the midst of her. 7 As a cistern maketh its water cold, so hath she made her wickedness cold, violence and spoil shall be heard in her, infirmity and stripes are continually before me. 8 Be thou instructed, O Jerusalem, lest my soul depart from thee, lest I make thee desolate, a land uninhabited. 9 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall gather the remains of Israel, as in a vine, even to one cluster, turn back thy hand, as a grape gatherer into the basket. 10 To whom shall I speak? And to whom shall I testify, that he may hear? Behold, their ears are uncircumcised, and they cannot hear, behold the word of the Lord is become unto them a reproach, and they will not receive it. 11 Therefore am I full of the fury of the Lord, I am weary with holding in, pour it out upon the child abroad, and upon the counsel of the young men together, for man and woman shall be taken, the ancient and he that is full of days. 12 And their houses shall be turned over to others, with their lands and their wives together, for I will stretch for my hand upon the inhabitants of the land, saith the Lord. 13 For from the least of them even to the greatest, all are given to covetousness, and from the prophet even to the priest, all are guilty of deceit. 14 And they healed the breach of the daughter of my people disgracefully, saying, Peace, peace, and there was no peace. 15 They were confounded, because they commit abomination, yea, rather they were not confounded with confusion, and they knew not how to blush, wherefore they shall fall among them that fall, in the time of their visitation they shall fall down, saith the Lord. 16 Thus saith the Lord, Stand ye on the ways, and see and ask for the old paths which is the good way, and 16 Thus saith the Lord, Stand ye on the ways, and see and ask for the old paths which is the good way, and walk ye in it, and you shall find refreshment for your souls. And they said, We will not walk. 17 And I appointed watchmen over you, saying, Hearken ye to the sound of the trumpet. And they said, We will not hearken. 18 Therefore hear, ye nations, and know, O congregation, what great things I will do to them. 19 Hear, O earth, behold I will bring evils upon this people, the fruits of their own thoughts, because they have not heard my words, and they have cast away my law. 20 To what purpose do you bring me frankincense from Saba, and the sweet-smelling cane from a far country? Your holocausts are not acceptable, nor are your sacrifices pleasing to me. 21 Therefore thus saith the Lord, behold, I will bring destruction upon this people, by which fathers and sons together shall fall, neighbor and kinsman shall perish. 22 Thus saith the Lord, behold a people cometh from the land of the north, and a great nation shall rise up from the ends of the earth. 23 They shall lay hold on arrow and shield, they are cruel, and will have no mercy. Their voice shall roar like the sea, and they shall mount upon horses, prepared as men for war, against thee, O daughter of Zion. 24 We have heard the fame thereof, our hands grow feeble, anguish hath taken hold of us, as a woman in labor. 25 Go not out into the fields, nor walk in the highway, for the sword of the enemy, and fear is on every side. 26 Gird thee with sackcloth, O daughter of my people, and sprinkle thee with ashes, make thee mourning as for an only son, a bitter lamentation, because the destroyer shall suddenly come upon us. 27 I have set thee for a strong trier among my people, and thou shalt know and prove their way. 28 All of these princes go out of the way, they walk deceitfully, they are brass and iron, they are all corrupted. 29 The bellows have failed, the lead is consumed in the fire, the founder hath melted in vain, for their wicked deeds are not consumed. 30 Call them reprobate silver, for the Lord hath rejected them. Chapter 7 1 The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, To stand in the gate of the house of the Lord, and proclaim there this word, and say, Hear ye the word of the Lord, all ye men of Judah, that enter in at these gates, to adore the Lord. 3 Thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Make your ways and your doings good, and I will dwell with you in this place. 4 Trust not in lying words, saying, The temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, it is the temple of the Lord. 5 For if you will order well your ways, and your doings, if you will execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, 6 If you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and shed not innocent blood in this place, and walk not after strange gods to your own hurt, 7 I will dwell with you in this place, in the land, which I gave to your fathers from the beginning and forevermore. 8 Behold you put your trust in lying words, which shall not profit you, 9 To steal, to murder, to commit adultery, to swear falsely, to offer to Baalim, and to go after strange gods, which you know not. 10 And you have come, and stood before me in this house, in which my name is called upon, and have said, We are delivered, because we have done all these abominations. 11 Is this house then, in which my name hath been called upon, in your eyes become a den of robbers? I am he, I have seen it, saith the Lord. 12 Go yet to my place in Silo, where my name dwelt from the beginning, and see what I did to it for the wickedness of my people Israel. 13 And now, because you have done all these works, saith the Lord, and I have spoken to you rising up early, and speaking, and you have not heard, and I have called you, and you have not answered. 14 I will do to this house, in which my name is called upon, and in which you trust, and to the places which I have given you and your fathers, as I did to Silo. 15 And I will cast you away from before my face, as I have cast away all your brethren, the whole seed of Ephraim. 16 Therefore, do not thou pray for this people, nor take to thee praise and supplication for them, and do not withstand me, for I will not hear thee. 17 Seest thou not what they do in the cities of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem? 18 The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead the dough, to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven, and to offer libations to strange gods, and to provoke me to anger. 19 Do they provoke me to anger, saith the Lord? Is it not themselves, to the confusion of their countenance? 20 Therefore thus saith the Lord God, Behold, my wrath and my indignation was enkindled against this place, upon men, and upon beasts, and upon the trees of the field, and upon the fruits of the land, and it shall burn, and shall not be quenched. 21 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Add your burnt offerings to your sacrifices, and eat ye the flesh. 22 For I spoke not to your fathers, and I commanded them not, in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, concerning the matter of burnt offerings and sacrifices. 23 But this thing I commanded them, saying, Hearken to my voice, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people, and walk ye in all the way that I have commanded you, that it may be well with you. 24 But they hearkened not, nor inclined their ear, but walked in their own will, and in the perversity of their wicked heart, and went backward and not forward. 25 From the day that their fathers came out of the land of Egypt, even to this day. And I have sent to you all my servants the prophets from day to day, rising up early and sending. 26 And they have not hearkened to me, nor inclined their ear, but have hardened their neck, and have done worse than their fathers. 27 And thou shalt speak to them all these words, but they will not hearken to thee, and thou shalt call them, but they will not answer thee. 28 And thou shalt say to them, This is a nation which hath not hearkened to the voice of the Lord their God, nor received instruction, faith is lost, and is carried away out of their mouth. 29 Cut off thy hair, and cast it away, and take up a lamentation on high, for the Lord hath rejected and forsaken the generation of his wrath. 30 Because the children of Judah have done evil in my eyes, saith 29 Cut off thy hair, and cast it away, and take up a lamentation on high, for the Lord hath rejected and forsaken the generation of his wrath. 30 Because the children of Judah have done evil in my eyes, saith the Lord. They have set their abominations in the house in which my name is called upon, to pollute it. 31 And they have built the high places of Topheth, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons, and their daughters in the fire, which I commanded not, nor thought on in my heart. 32 Therefore behold, the days shall come, saith the Lord, and it shall no more be called Topheth, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter, and they shall bury in Topheth, because there is no place. 33 And the carcasses of this people shall be meat for the fowls of the air, and for the beasts of the earth, and there shall be none to drive them away. 34 And I will cause to cease out of the cities of Judah, and out of the streets of Jerusalem, the voice of joy, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, for the land shall be desolate. Chapter 8 At that time, saith the Lord, they shall cast out the bones of the kings of Judah, and the bones of the princes thereof, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, out of their graves. 2 And they shall spread them abroad to the sun, and the moon, and all the host of heaven, whom they have loved, and whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and adored. They shall not be gathered, and they shall not be buried, they shall be as dung upon the face of the earth. 3 And death shall be chosen rather than life by all that shall remain of this wicked kindred in all places, which are left, to which I have cast them out, saith the Lord of hosts. 4 And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord, Shall not he that falleth, rise again? And he that is turned away, shall he not turn again? 5 Why then is this people in Jerusalem turned away with a stubborn revolting? They have laid hold on lying, and have refused to return. 6 I attended, and hearkened, no man speaketh what is good, there is none that doth penance for his sin, saying, What have I done? They are all turned to their own course, as a horse rushing to the battle. 7 The kite in the air hath known her time, the turtle, and the swallow, and the stork have observed the time of their coming, but my people have not known the judgment of the Lord. 8. How do you say, we are wise, and the law of the Lord is with us? Indeed the lying pen of the scribes hath wrought falsehood. 9. The wise men are confounded, they are dismayed, and taken, for they have cast away the word of the Lord, and there is no wisdom in them. 10. Therefore I will give their women to strangers, their fields to others for an inheritance, because from the least even to the greatest all follow covetousness, from the prophet even to the priest, all deal deceitfully. 11. And they healed the breach of the daughter of my people disgracefully, saying peace, peace, when there was no peace. 12. They are confounded, because they have committed abomination, yea rather they are not confounded with confusion, and they have not know how to blush, therefore shall they fall among them that fall, in the time of their visitation they shall fall, saith the Lord. 13. Gathering I will gather them together, saith the Lord, there is no grape on the vines, and there are no figs on the fig tree, the leaf is fallen, and I have given them the things that are passed away. 14. Why do we sit still? Assemble yourselves, and let us enter into the fenced city, and let us be silent there, for the Lord our God hath put us to silence, and hath given us water of gall to drink, for we have sinned against the Lord. 15. We looked for peace and no good came, for a time of healing, and behold fear. 16. The snorting of his horse was heard from Dan, all the land was moved at the sound of the neighing of his warriors, and they came and devoured the land, and all that was in it, the city and its inhabitants. 17. For behold I will send among you serpents, basilisks, against which there is no charm, and they shall bite you, saith the Lord. 18. My sorrow is above sorrow, my heart mourneth within me. 19. Behold the voice of the daughter my people from a far country, is not the Lord in Zion, or is not her king in her? Why then have they provoked me to wrath with their idols, and strange vanities? 20. The harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we are not saved. 21. For the affliction of the daughter of my people I am afflicted, and made sorrowful, astonishment hath taken hold on me. 22. Is there no balm in Galeed? Or is no physician there? Why then is not the wound of the daughter of my people closed? Chapter 9. One who will give water to my head, and a fountain of tears to my eyes. And I will weep day and night for the slain of the daughter of my people. 2. Who will give me in the wilderness a lodging place of wayfaring men, and I will leave my people, and depart from them? Because they are all adulterers, an assembly of transgressors. 3. And they have bent their tongue, as a bow, for lies, and not for truth, they have strengthened themselves upon the earth, for they have proceeded from evil to evil, and me they have not known, saith the Lord. 4. Let every man take heed of his neighbor, and let his not trust in any brother of his, for every brother will utterly supplant, and every friend will walk deceitfully. 5. And a man shall mock his brother, and they will not speak the truth, for they have taught their tongue to speak lies, they have labored to commit iniquity. 6. Thy habitation is in the midst of deceit, through deceit they have refused to know me, saith the Lord. 7. Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, behold I will melt, and try them, for what else shall I do before the daughter of my people? 8. Their tongue is a piercing arrow, it hath spoken deceit, with his mouth one speaketh peace with his friend, and secretly he lieth in wait for him. 9. Shall I not visit them for these things, saith the Lord? Or shall not my soul be revenged on such a nation? 10. For the mountains I will take up weeping and lamentation, and for the beautiful places of the desert, mourning, because they are burnt up. For 10. For the mountains I will take up weeping and lamentation, and for the beautiful places of the desert, mourning, because they are burnt up, for that there is not a man that passeth through them, and they have not heard the voice of the owner, from the fowl of the air to the beasts they are gone away and departed. 11. And I will make Jerusalem to be heaps of sand, and dens of dragons, and I will make the cities of Judah desolate, for want of an inhabitant. 12. Who is the wise man, that may understand this, and to whom the word of the mouth of the Lord may come, that he may declare this, why the land hath perished, and is burnt up like a wilderness, which none passeth through. 13 And the Lord said, because they have forsaken my law, which I gave them, and have not heard my voice, and have not walked in it. 14 But they have gone after the perverseness of their own heart, and after Baalim, which their fathers taught them. 15 Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, behold, I will feed this people with wormwood, and give them water of gall to drink. 16 And I will scatter them among the nations, which they and their fathers have not known, and I will send the sword after them till they be consumed. 17 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, consider yet, and call for the mourning women, and let them come, and send to them that are wise women, and let them make haste. 18 Let them hasten and take up a lamentation for us, let our eyes shed tears, and our eyelids run down with waters. 19 For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion, how are we wasted and greatly confounded? Because we have left the land, because our dwellings are cast down. 20 Hear therefore, ye women, the word of the Lord, and let your ears receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and every one her neighbor mourning. 21 For death is come up through our windows, it is entered into our houses to destroy the children from without, the young men from the streets. 22 Speak, thus saith the Lord, even the carcass of man shall fall as dung upon the face of the country, and as grass behind the back of the mower, and there is none to gather it. 23 Thus saith the Lord, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, and let not the strong man glory in his strength, and let not the rich man glory in his riches. 24 But let him that glorieth glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me, for I am the Lord that exercise mercy and judgment and justice in the earth, for these things please me, saith the Lord. 25 Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, and I will visit upon every one that hath the foreskin circumcised. 26 Upon Egypt, and upon Judah, and upon Edom, and upon the children of Ammon, and upon Moab, and upon all that have their hair pulled round, that dwell in the desert, for all the nations are uncircumcised in the flesh, but all the house of Israel are uncircumcised in the heart. Chapter 10 1 Hear ye the word which the Lord hath spoken concerning you, O house of Israel. 2 Thus saith the Lord, learn not according to the ways of the Gentiles, and be not afraid of the signs of heaven, which the heathens fear. 3 For the laws of the people are vain, for the works of the hand of the workman hath cut a tree out of the forest with an axe. 4 He hath decked it with silver and gold, he hath put it together with nails and hammers, that it may not fall asunder. 5 They are framed after the likeness of a palm tree, and shall not speak, they must be carried to be removed, because they cannot go. Therefore, fear them not, for they can neither do evil nor good. 6 There is none like to thee, O Lord, thou art great, and great is thy name in might. 7 Who shall fear thee, O King of nations? For thine is the glory, among all the wise men of the nations, and in all their kingdoms there is none like unto thee. 8 They shall all prove together to be senseless and foolish, the doctrine of their vanity is wood. 9 Silver spread into plates is brought from Tharsis, and gold from Ophis, the work of the artificer, and of the hand of the coppersmith. Violet and purple is their clothing, all these things are the work of artificers. 10 But the Lord is the true God, he is the living God, and the everlasting King, at his wrath the earth shall tremble, and the nations shall not be able to abide his threatening. 11 Thus then shall you say to them, the gods that have not made heaven and earth, let them perish from the earth, and from among those places that are under heaven. 12 He that maketh the earth by his power, that prepareth the world by his wisdom, and stretcheth out the heavens by his knowledge. 13 At his voice he giveth a multitude of waters in the heaven, and lifteth up the clouds from the ends of the earth, he maketh lightnings for rain, and bringeth for the wind out of his treasures. 14 Every man is become a fool for knowledge, every artist is confounded in his graven idol, for what he hath cast is false, and there is no spirit in them. 15 They are vain things and a ridiculous work, in the time of their visitation they shall perish. 16 The portion of Jacob is not like these, for it is he who formed all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance, the Lord of hosts is his name. 17 Gather up thy shame out of the land, thou that dwellest in a siege. 18 For thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will cast away far off the inhabitants of the land at this time, and I will afflict them, so that they may be found. 19 Woe is me for my destruction, my wound is very grievous. But I said, Truly this is my own evil, and I will bear it. 20 My tabernacle is laid waste, all my cords are broken, my children are gone out from me, and they are not, there is none to stretch forth my tent any more, and to set up my curtains. 21 Because the pastors have done foolishly, and have not sought the Lord, therefore have they not understood, and all their flock is scattered. 22 Behold, the sound of a noise cometh, a great commotion out of the land of the north, to make the cities of Judah a desert, and a dwelling for dragons. 23 I know, O Lord, that the way of a man is not his, neither is it in a man to walk, and to direct his steps. 24 Correct me, O Lord, but yet with judgment, and not in fury, lest thou bring me to nothing. 25 Pour out thy indignation upon the 25 Pour out thy indignation upon the nations that have not known thee, and upon the provinces that have not called upon thy name, because they have eaten up Jacob, and devoured him, and consumed him, and have destroyed his glory. Chapter 11 1 The word that came from the Lord to Jeremiah, saying, 2 Hear ye the words of this covenant, and speak to the men of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 3 And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, Cursed is the man that shall not hearken to the words of Yeth's covenant, for which I commanded your fathers in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, from the iron furnace, saying, Hear ye my voice, and do all things that I command you, and you shall be my people, and I will be your God. 5 That I may accomplish the oath which I swore to your fathers, to give them a land flowing with milk and honey, as it is this day. And I answered and said, Amen, O Lord. 6 And the Lord said to me, Proclaim aloud all these words in the cities of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem, saying, Hear ye the words of the covenant, and do them. 7 For protesting I conjured your fathers in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt even to this day, rising early I conjured them, and said, Hearken ye to my voice. 8 And they obeyed not, nor inclined their ear, but walked every one in the perverseness of his own wicked heart, and I brought upon them all the words of this covenant, which I commanded them to do, but they did them not. 9 And the Lord said to me, A conspiracy is found among the men of Judah, and among the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 10 They are returned to the former iniquities of their fathers, who refused to hear my words, so these likewise have gone after strange gods, to serve them. The house of Israel, and the house of Judah have made void my covenant, which I made with their fathers. 11 Wherefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will bring in evils upon them, which they shall not be able to escape, and they shall cry to me, and I will not hearken to them. 12 And the cities of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall go, and cry to the gods to whom they offer sacrifice, and they shall not save them in the time of their affliction. 13 For according to the number of thy cities were thy gods, O Judah, and according to the number of the streets of Jerusalem thou hast set up altars of confusion, altars to offer sacrifice to Baalim. 14 Therefore, do not thou pray for this people, and do not take up praise and prayer for them, for I will not hear them in the time of their cry to me, in the time of their affliction. 15 What is the meaning that my beloved hath wrought much wickedness in my house? Shall the holy flesh take away from thee thy crimes, in which thou hast boasted? 16 The Lord called thy name, a plentiful olive tree, fair, fruitful, and beautiful, at the noise of a word, a great fire was kindled in it and the branches thereof are burnt. 17 And the Lord of hosts that planted thee, hath pronounced evil against thee, for the evils of the house of Israel, and the house of Judah, which they have done to themselves, to provoke me, offering sacrifice to Baalim. 18 But thou, O Lord, hast shown me, and I have known, then thou shewedst me their doings. 19 And I was as a meek lamb, that is carried to be a victim, and I knew not that they had devised counsels against me, saying, Let us put wood on his bread, and cut him off from the land of the living, and let his name be remembered no more. 20 But thou, O Lord of Sabaoth, who judgest justly, and triest the reins and hearts, let me see thy revenge on them, for to thee I have revealed my cause. 21 Therefore thus saith the Lord to the men of Anathoth, who seek thy life, and say, Thou shalt not prophesy in the name of the Lord, and thou shalt not die in our hands. 22 Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, Behold, I will visit upon them, and their young men shall die by the sword, their sons and their daughters shall die by famine. 23 And there shall be no remains of them, for I will bring in evil upon the men of Anathoth, the year of their visitation. Chapter 12 1 Thou indeed, O Lord, art just, if I plead with thee, but yet I will speak what is just to thee. Why doth the way of the wicked prosper, why is it well with all them that transgress, and do wickedly? 2 Thou hast planted them, and they have taken root, they prosper and bring forth fruit, thou art near in their mouth, and far from their reins. 3 And thou, O Lord, hast known me, thou hast seen me, and proved my heart with thee, gather them together as sheep for a sacrifice, and prepare them for the day of slaughter. For how long shall the land mourn, and the herb of every field wither for the wickedness of them that dwell therein? The beasts and the birds are consumed, because they have said, He shall not see our last end. 5 If thou hast wearied with running with footmen, how canst thou contend with horses? And if thou hast been secure in a land of peace, what wilt thou do in the swelling of the Jordan? 6 For even thy brethren, and the house of thy father, even they have fought against thee, and have cried after thee with full voice, believe them not when they speak good things to thee. 7 I have forsaken my house, I have left my inheritance, I have given my dear soul into the land of her enemies. 8 My inheritance is become to me as a lion in the wood, hath cried out against me, therefore have I hated it. 9 Is my inheritance to me as a speckled bird? Is it as a bird died throughout? Come ye, assemble yourselves, all the beasts of the earth, make haste to devour. 10 Many pastors have destroyed my vineyard, they have trodden my portion under foot, they have changed my delightful portion into a desolate wilderness. 11 They have laid it waste, and it hath mourned for me. With desolation is all the land made desolate, because there is none that considereth in the heart. 12 The spoilers are come upon all the ways of the wilderness, for the sword of the Lord shall devour from one end of the land to the other end thereof, there is no peace for all flesh. 13 They have sown wheat, and reaped thorns, they have received an inheritance, and it shall not profit them, you shall be ashamed of your fruits, because of the fierce wrath of the Lord. 14 Thus saith the Lord against all my wicked neighbors, that touch the inheritance that I have shared out. 14 Thus saith the Lord against all my wicked neighbors, that touch the inheritance that I have shared out to my people Israel, behold I will pluck them out of their land, and I will pluck the house of Judah out of the midst of them. 15 And when I shall have plucked them out, I will return, and have mercy on them, and I will bring them back, every man to his inheritance, and every man to his land. 16 And it shall come to pass, if they will be taught, and will learn the ways of my people, to swear by my name, the Lord liveth, as they have taught my people to swear by Baal, that they shall be built up in the midst of my people. 17 But if they will not hear, I will utterly pluck out and destroy that nation, saith the Lord. Chapter 13 1 Thus saith the Lord to me, Go, and get thee a linen girdle, and thou shalt put it about thy loins, and shalt not put it into water. 2 And I got a girdle according to the word of the Lord, and put it about my loins. 3 And the word of the Lord came to me the second time, saying, For take the girdle which thou hast got, which is about thy loins, and arise, and go to the Euphrates, and hide it there in a hole of the rock. 5 And I went, and hid it by the Euphrates, as the Lord had commanded me. 6 And it came to pass after many days, that the Lord said to me, Arise, go to the Euphrates, and take from thence the girdle, which I commanded thee to hide there. 7 And I went to the Euphrates, and digged, and took the girdle out of the place where I had hid it, and behold the girdle was rotten, so that it was fit for no use. 8 And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, 9 Thus saith the Lord, After this manner will I make the pride of Judah, and the great pride of Jerusalem to rot. 10 This wicked people, that will not hear my words, and that walk in the perverseness of their heart, and have gone after strange gods to serve them, and to adore them, and they shall be as this girdle which is fit for no use. 11 For as the girdle sticketh close to the loins of a man, so have I brought close to me all of the house of Israel, and all the house of Judah, saith the Lord, that they might be my people, and for a name, and for a praise, and for a glory, but they would not hear. 12 Thou shalt speak therefore to them this word, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Every bottle shall be filled with wine, and they shall say to thee, Do we not know that every bottle shall be filled with wine? 13 And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will fill all the inhabitants of this land, and the kings of the race of David that sit upon his throne, and the priests, and the prophets, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, with drunkenness. 14 And I will scatter them every man from his brother and fathers and sons in like manner, saith the Lord, I will not spare, and I will not pardon, nor will I have mercy, but to destroy them. 15 Hear yet, and give ear, be not proud, for the Lord hath spoken. 16 Give ye glory to the Lord your God, before it be dark, and before your feet stumble upon the dark mountains, you shall look for light, and he will turn it into the shadow of death, and into darkness. 17 But if you will not hear this, my soul shall weep in secret for your pride, weeping it shall weep, and my eyes shall run down the tears, because the flock of the Lord is carried away captive. 18 Say to the king, and to the queen, Humble yourselves, sit down, for the crown of your glory is come down from your head. 19 The cities of the south are shut up, and there is none to open them, all Judah is carried away captive with an entire captivity. 20 Lift up your eyes, and see, you that come from the north, where is the flock that is given thee, thy beautiful cattle? 21 What wilt thou say when he shall visit thee? For thou hast taught them against thee, and instructed them against thy own head, shall not sorrows lay hold on thee, as a woman in labor? 22 And if thou shalt say in thy heart, Why are these things come upon me? For the greatness of thy iniquity, thy nakedness is discovered, the soles of thy feet are defiled. 23 If the Ethiopian can change his skin, or the leopard his spots, you may also do well, when you have learned evil. 24 And I will scatter them as stubble, which is carried away by the wind in the desert. 25 This is thy lot, and the portion of thy measure from me, saith the Lord, because thou hast forgotten me, and hast trusted in falsehood. 26 Wherefore I have also bared my thighs against thy face, and thy shame hath appeared. 27 I have seen thy adulteries, and thy neighing, the wickedness of thy fornication, and thy abominations, upon the hills in the field. Woe to thee, Jerusalem, wilt thou not be made clean after me, how long yet? Chapter 14 The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah concerning the words of the drought. 2 Judea hath mourned, and the gates thereof are fallen, and are become obscure on the ground, and the cry of Jerusalem is gone up. 3 The great ones sent their inferiors to the water, they came to draw, they found no water, they carried back their vessels empty, they were confounded and afflicted, and covered their heads. 4 For the destruction of the land, because there came no rain upon the earth, the husbandmen were confounded, they covered their heads. 5 Yea, the hind also brought forth in the field, and left it, because there was no grass. 6 And the wild asses stood upon the rocks, they snuffed up the wind like dragons, their eyes failed, because there was no grass. 7 If our iniquities have testified against us, O Lord, do thou it for thy name's sake, for our rebellions are many, we have sinned against thee. 8 O expectation of Israel, the Saviour thereof in time of trouble, why wilt thou be a stranger in the land, and as a wayfaring man turning into lodge? 9 Why wilt thou be as a wandering man, as a mighty man that cannot save? But thou, O Lord, art among us, and thy name is called upon by us, forsake us not. 10 Thus saith the Lord to his people, that have loved to move their feet, and have not rested, and have not pleased the Lord, he will now remember their iniquities, and visit their sins. 11 And the Lord said to me, Pray not for this people for their good. 12 When they fast I will not hear their prayers, and if they offer holocausts and victims, I will not receive them, for I will consume them by the sword, and by famine, and by the pestilence. 13 And I said, O Lord God, the prophets say to them, You shall not. 13 And I said, O Lord God, the prophets say to them, You shall not see the sword, and there shall be no famine among you, but he will give you true peace in this place. 14 And the Lord said to me, The prophets prophesy falsely in my name, I sent them not, neither have I commanded them, nor have I spoken to them, they prophesy unto you a lying vision, and divination, and deceit, and the seduction of their own heart. 15 Therefore thus saith the Lord concerning the prophets that prophesy in my name, whom I did not send, that say, Sword and famine shall not be in this land, by sword and famine shall those prophets be consumed. 16 And the people to whom they prophesy, shall be cast out in the streets of Jerusalem because of the famine and the sword, and there shall be none to bury them, they and their wives, their sons, and their daughters, and I will pour out their wickedness upon them. 17 And thou shalt speak this word to them, Let my eyes shed down tears night and day, and let them not cease, because the virgin daughter of my people is afflicted with a great affliction, with an exceeding grievous evil. 18 If I go forth into the fields, behold the slain with the sword, and if I enter into the city, behold them that are consumed with famine. The prophet also and the priest are gone into a land which they knew not. 19 Hast thou utterly cast away Judah, or hath thy soul abhorred Zion? Why then hast thou struck us, so that there is no healing for us? We have looked for peace, and there is no good, and for the time of healing, and behold trouble. 20 We acknowledge, O Lord, our wickedness, the iniquities of our fathers, because we have sinned against thee. 21 Give us not to be a reproach, for thy name's sake, and do not disgrace in us the throne of thy glory, remember, break not thy covenant with us. 22 Are there any among the graven things of the Gentiles that can send rain? Or can the heavens give showers? Art not thou the Lord our God, whom we have looked for? For thou hast made all these things. Chapter 15:1 And the Lord said to me, If Moses and Samuel shall stand before me, my soul is not towards this people, cast them out from my sight, and let them go forth. 2 And if they shall say unto thee, Whither shall we go forth? Thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord, such as are for death, to death, and such as are to the sword, and such as are for famine, to famine, and such as are to captivity, to captivity. 3 And I will visit them with 4 kinds, saith the Lord, the sword to kill, and the dogs to tear, and the fowls of the air, and the beasts of the earth, to devour and destroy. 4 And I will give them up to the rage of all the kingdoms of the earth, because of Manasseh the son of Ezekias the king of Judah, for all that he did in Jerusalem. 5 For who shall have pity on thee, O Jerusalem? Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go to pray for thy peace? 6 Thou hast forsaken me, saith the Lord, thou art gone backward, and I will stretch out my hand against thee, and I will destroy thee, I am weary of entreating thee. 7 And I will scatter them with a fan in the gates of the land, I have killed and destroyed my people, and yet they are not returned from their ways. 8 Their widows are multiplied unto me above the sand of the sea, I have brought upon them against the mother of the young man a spoiler at noonday, I have cast a terror on a sudden upon the cities. 9 She that hath borne 7 is become weak, her soul hath fainted away, her sun is gone down, while it was yet day, she is confounded, and ashamed, and the residue of them I will give up to the sword in the sight of their enemies, saith the Lord. 10 Woe is me, my mother, why hast thou borne me a man of strife, a man of contention to all the earth? I have not lent on usury, neither hath any man lent to me on usury, yet all curse me. 11 The Lord saith to me, Assuredly it shall be well with thy remnant, assuredly I shall help thee in the time of affliction, and in the time of tribulation against the enemy. 12 Shall iron be allied with the iron from the north, and the brass? 13 Thy riches and thy treasures I will give unto spoil for nothing, because of all thy sins, even in all thy borders. 14 And I will bring thy enemies out of a land, which thou knowest not, for a fire is kindled in my rage, it shall burn upon you. 15 O Lord, thou knowest, remember me, and visit me, and defend me from them that persecute me, do not defend me in thy patience, know that for thy sake I have suffered reproach. 16 Thy words were found, and I did eat them, and thy word was to me a joy and gladness of my heart, for thy name is called upon me, O Lord God of hosts. 17 I sat not in the assembly of jesters, nor did I make a boast of the presence of thy hand, I sat alone, because thou hast filled me with threats. 18 Why is my sorrow become perpetual, and my wound desperate so as to refuse to be healed? It is become to me as the falsehood of deceitful waters that cannot be trusted. 19 Therefore thus saith the Lord, if thou wilt be converted, I will convert thee, and thou shalt stand before my face, and if thou wilt separate the precious from the vile, thou shalt be as my mouth, they shall be turned to thee, and thou shalt not be turned to them. 20 And I will make thee to this people as a strong wall of brass, and they shall fight against thee, and shall not prevail, for I am with thee to save thee, and to deliver thee, saith the Lord. 21 And I will deliver thee out of the hand of the wicked, and I will redeem thee out of the hand of the mighty. Chapter 16 1 And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, 2 Thou shalt not take thee a wife, neither shalt thou have thee sons and daughters in this place. 3 For thus saith the Lord concerning the sons and daughters, that are born in this place, and concerning their mothers that bore them, and concerning their fathers, of whom they were born in this land, for they shall die by the death of grievous illnesses, they shall not be lamented, and they shall not be buried, they shall be as dung upon the face of the earth, and they shall be consumed with the sword, and with famine, and their carcasses shall be meat for the fowls of the air, and for the beasts of the earth. 5 For thus saith the Lord, enter not into the house of feasting, neither go thou to mourn, nor to comfort them, because I have taken away my peace from this people, saith the Lord, my mercy. And 5 For thus saith the Lord, enter not into the house of feasting, neither go thou to mourn, nor to comfort them, because I have taken away my peace from this people, saith the Lord, my mercy and commiserations. 6 Both the great and the little shall die in the land, they shall not be buried nor lamented, and men shall not cut themselves, nor make themselves bald for them. 7 And they shall not break bread among them to him that mourneth, to comfort him for the dead, neither shall they give them to drink of the cup, to comfort them for their father and mother. 8 And do not thou go into the house of feasting, to sit with them, and to eat and drink. 9 For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, behold I will take away out of this place in your sight, and in your days the voice of mirth, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride. 10 And when thou shalt tell this people all these words, and they shall say to thee, Wherefore hath the Lord pronounced against us all this great evil? What is our iniquity? And what is our sin, that we have sinned against the Lord our God? 11 Thou shalt say to them, Because your fathers forsook me, saith the Lord, and went after strange gods, and served them, and adored them, and they forsook me, and kept not my law. 12 And you also have done worse than your fathers, for behold every one of you walketh after the perverseness of his evil heart, so as not to hearken to me. 13 So I will cast you forth out of this land, into a land which you know not, nor you fathers, and there you shall serve strange gods day and night, which shall not give you any rest. 14 Therefore behold the days come, saith the Lord, when it shall be said no more, The Lord liveth, that brought for the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. 15 But, the Lord liveth, that brought the children of Israel out of the land of the north, and out of all the lands to which I cast them out, and I will bring them again into their land, which I gave to their fathers. 16 Behold, I will send many fishers, saith the Lord, and they shall fish them, and after this I will send them many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain, and from every hill, and out of the holes of the rocks. 17 For my eyes are upon all their ways, they are not hid from my face, and their iniquity hath not been hid from my eyes. 18 And I will repay first their double iniquities, and their sins, because they have defiled my land with the carcasses of their idols, and they have filled my inheritance with their abominations. 19 O Lord, my might, and my strength, and my refuge in the day of tribulation, to thee the Gentiles shall come from the ends of the earth, and shall say, Surely our fathers have possessed lies, a vanity which hath not profited them. 20 Shall a man make gods unto himself, and there are no gods? 21 Therefore, behold, I will this once cause them to know, I will shew them my hand and my power, and they shall know that my name is the Lord. Chapter 17 1 The sin of Judah is written with a pen of iron, with the point of a diamond, it is graven upon the table of their heart, upon the horns of their altars. 2 When their children shall remember their altars, and their groves, and their green trees upon high mountains. 3 Sacrificing in the field, I will give thy strength, and all thy treasures to the spoil, and thy high places for sin in all thy borders. 4 And thou shalt be left stripped of thy inheritance, which I gave thee, and I will make thee serve thy enemies in a land which thou knowest not, because thou hast kindled a fire in my wrath, it shall burn forever. 5 Thus saith the Lord, Cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart departeth from the Lord. 6 For he shall be like tamarisk in the desert, and he shall not see when good shall come, but he shall dwell in dryness in the desert in a salt land, and not inhabited. 7 Blessed be the man that trusteth in the Lord, and the Lord shall be his confidence. 8 And he shall be as a tree that is planted by the waters, that spreadeth out its roots towards moisture, and it shall not fear when the heat cometh. And the leaf thereof shall be green, and in the time of drought it shall not be solicitous, neither shall it cease at any time to bring forth fruit. 9 The heart is perverse above all things, and unsearchable, who can know it? 10 I am the Lord who search the heart and prove the reins, who give to every one according to his way, and according to the fruit of his devices. 11 As the partridge hath hatched eggs which she did not lay, so is he that hath gathered riches, and not by right, in the midst of his days he shall leave them, and in his latter end he shall be a fool. 12 A high and glorious throne from the beginning is the place of our sanctification. 13 O Lord, the hope of Israel, all that forsake thee shall be confounded, they that depart from thee, shall be written in the earth, because they have forsaken the Lord, the vein of living waters. 14 Heal me, O Lord, and I shall be healed, save me, and I shall be saved, for thou art my praise. 15 Behold, they say to me, Where is the word of the Lord? Let it come. 16 And I am not troubled, following thee for my pastor, and I have not desired the day of man, thou knowest. That which went out of my lips, hath been right in thy sight. 17 Be not thou a terror unto me, thou art my hope in the day of affliction. 18 Let them be confounded that persecute me, and let not me be confounded, let them be afraid, and let not me be afraid, bring upon them the day of affliction, and with the double destruction, destroy them. 19 Thus saith the Lord to me, Go, and stand in the gate of the children of the people, by which the kings of Judah come in, and go out, and in all the gates of Jerusalem. 20 And thou shalt say to them, Hear the word of the Lord, ye kings of Judah, and all Judah, and all the inhabitant of Jerusalem, that enter in by these gates. 21 Thus saith the Lord, Take heed to your souls and carry no burdens on the Sabbath day, and bring them not in by the gates of Jerusalem. 22 And do not bring burdens out of your houses on the Sabbath day, neither do ye any work, sanctify the Sabbath day, as I commanded your fathers. 23 But they did not hear, nor incline their ear. 23 But they did not hear, nor incline their ear, but hardened their neck, that they might not hear me, and might not receive instruction. 24 And it shall come to pass, if you will hearken to me, saith the Lord, to bring in no burdens by the gates of the city on the Sabbath day, and if you will sanctify the Sabbath day, to do no work therein. 25 Then shall there enter in by the gates of the city kings and princes, sitting upon the throne of David, and riding in chariots and on horses, they and their princes, the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and this city shall be inhabited forever. 26 And they shall come from the cities of Judah, and from the places round about Jerusalem, and from the land of Benjamin, and from the plains, and from the mountains, and from the south, bringing holocausts and victims, and sacrifices, and frank incense, and they shall bring in an offering into the house of the Lord. 27 But if you will not hearken to me, to sanctify the Sabbath day, and not to carry burdens, and not to bring them in by the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, I will kindle a fire in the gates thereof, and it shall devour the houses of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched. Chapter 18 The word that came from Jeremiah to the Lord, saying, 2 Arise, and go down to the potter's house, and there thou shalt hear my words. 3 And I went down into the potter's house, and behold he was doing a work on the wheel. 4 And the vessel was broken which he was making with clay with his hands, and turning he made another vessel, as it seemed good in his eyes to make it. 5 Then the word of the Lord came to me, saying, 6 Cannot I do with you as this potter, saith the Lord? Behold, as clay is in the hand of the potter, so are you in my hand, O house of Israel. 7 I will suddenly speak against a nation, and against a kingdom, to root out, and to pull down, and to destroy it. 8 If that nation against which I have spoken, shall repent of their evil, I also will repent of the evil that I have thought to do to them. 9 And I will suddenly speak of a nation and of a kingdom, to build up and plant it. 10 If it shall do evil in my sight, that it obey not my voice, I will repent of the good that I have spoken to do unto it. 11 Now therefore tell the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I frame evil against you, and devise a device against you. Let every man of you return from his evil way, and make ye your ways and your doings good. 12 And they said, We have no hopes, for we will go after our own thoughts, and we will do every one according to the perverseness of his evil heart. 13 Therefore thus saith the Lord, Ask among the nations, who hath heard such horrible things, as the Virgin of Israel hath done to excess? 14 Shall now the snow of Libanus fail from the rock of the field? Or can the cold waters that gush out and run down, be taken away? 15 Because my people have forgotten me, sacrificing in vain, and stumbling in their ways, in ancient paths, to walk by them in a way not trodden. 16 That their land might be given up to desolation, and to a perpetual hissing, every one that shall pass by it, shall be astonished, and wag his head. 17 As a burning will I scatter them before the enemy, I will shew them the back, and not the face, in the day of their destruction. 18 And they said, Come, and let us invent devices against Jeremias, for the law shall not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet. Come, and let us strike him with the tongue, and let us give no heed to all his words. 19 Give heed to me, O Lord, and hear the voice of my adversaries. 20 Shall evil be rendered for good, because they have digged a pit for my soul? Remember that I have stood in thy sight, so speak good for them, and turn away thy indignation from them. 21 Therefore deliver up their children to famine, and bring them into the hands of the sword. Let their wives be bereaved of children and widows, and let their husbands be slain by death, let their young men be stabbed with the sword in battle. 22 Let a cry be heard out of their houses, for thou shalt bring the robber upon them suddenly, because they have digged a pit to take me, and have hid snares for my feet. 23 But thou, O Lord, knowest all their counsel against me unto death. Forgive not their iniquity, and let not their sin be blotted out from thy sight. Let them be overthrown before thy eyes, in the time of thy wrath do thou destroy them. Chapter 19 Thus saith the Lord, Go, and take a potter's earthen bottle, and take of the ancients of the people, and of the ancients of the priests, 2 And go forth into the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is by the entry of the earthen gate, and there thou shalt proclaim the words that I shall tell thee. 3 And thou shalt say, Hear the word of the Lord, O ye kings of Judah, and ye inhabitants of Jerusalem. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will bring an affliction upon this place, so that whoever shall hear it, his ears shall tingle, for because they have forsaken me, and have profaned this place, and have sacrificed therein to strange gods, whom neither they nor their fathers knew, nor the kings of Judah, and they have filled this place with the blood of innocents. 5 And they have built the high places of Baalim, to burn their children with fire for a holocaust to Baalim, which I did not command, nor speak of, neither did it once come into my mind. 6 Therefore behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that this place shall no more be called Tophet, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. 7 And I will defeat the counsel of Judah and of Jerusalem in this place, and I will destroy them with the sword in the sight of their enemies, and by the hands of them that seek their lives, and I will give their carcasses to be meat for the fowls of the air, and for the beasts of the earth. 8 And I will make the city an astonishment, and a hissing, every one that shall pass by it, shall be astonished, and shall hiss because of all the plagues thereof. 9 And I will feed them with the flesh of their sons, and with the flesh of their daughters, and they shall eat every one the flesh of his friend in the siege, and in the distress wherewith their enemies, and 9 And I will feed them with the flesh of their sons, and with the flesh of their daughters, and they shall eat every one the flesh of his friend in the siege, and in the distress wherewith their enemies, and they that seek their lives shall straiten them. 10 And thou shalt break the bottle in the sight of the men that shall go with thee. 11 And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Even so will I break this people, and this city, as the potter's vessel is broken, which cannot be made whole again, and they shall be buried in Tophet, because there is no other place to bury in. 12 Thus will I do to this place, saith the Lord, and to the inhabitants thereof, and I will make the city as Tophet. 13 And the houses of Jerusalem, and the houses of Judah shall be unclean as the place of Tophet, all the houses upon whose roots they have sacrificed to all the host of heaven, and have poured out drink offerings to strange gods. 14 Then Jeremias came from Tophet, whither the Lord had sent him to prophesy, and he stood in the court of the house of the Lord, and said to all people, 15 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Behold, I will bring in upon the city, and upon all the cities thereof all the evils that I have spoken against it, because they have hardened their necks, and they might not hear my words. Chapter 21 Now Phaser the son of Ammur, the priest, who was appointed chief in the house of the Lord, heard Jeremias prophesying these words. 2 And Phaser struck Jeremias the prophet, and put him in the stocks, that were in the upper gate of Benjamin, in the house of the Lord. 3 And when it was light the next day, Phaser brought Jeremias out of the stocks. And Jeremias said to him, The Lord hath not called thy name Phaser, but fear on every side. For thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will deliver thee up to fear, thee and all thy friends, and they shall fall by the sword of their enemies, and thy eyes shall see it, and I will give all Judah into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall strike them with the sword. 5 And I will give all the substance of the city, and all its labor, and every precious thing thereof, and all the treasures of the kings of Judah will I give into the hands of their enemies, and they shall pillage them, and take them away, and carry them to Babylon. 6 But thou, Phaser, and all that dwell in thy house, shall go into captivity, and thou shalt go to Babylon, and there thou shalt die, and there thou shalt be buried, thou and all thy friends, to whom thou hast prophesied a lie. 7 Thou hast deceived me, O Lord, and I am deceived, thou hast been stronger than I, and thou hast prevailed. I am become a laughing stock all the day, all scoff at me. 8 For I am speaking now this long time, crying out against iniquity, and I often proclaim devastation, and the word of the Lord is made a reproach to me, and a derision all the day. 9 Then I said, I will not make mention of him, nor speak any more in his name, and there came in my heart as a burning fire shut up in my bones, and I was wearied, not being able to bear it. 10 For I heard the reproaches of many, and terror on every side, persecute him, and let us persecute him, from all the men that were my familiars, and continued at my side, if by any means he may be deceived, and we may prevail against him, and be revenged on him. 11 But the Lord is with me as a strong warrior, therefore they that persecute me shall fall, and shall be weak, they shall be greatly confounded, because they have not understood the everlasting reproach, which never shall be effaced. 12 And thou, O Lord of hosts, prover of the just, who seest the reins and the heart, let me see, I beseech thee, thy vengeance on them, for to thee I have laid open my cause. 13 Sing yet to the Lord, praise the Lord, because he hath delivered the soul of the poor out of the hand of the wicked. 14 Cursed be the day wherein I was born, let not the day in which my mother bore me, be blessed. 15 Cursed be the man that brought the tidings to my father, saying, A man-child is born to thee, and made him greatly rejoice. 16 Let that man be as the cities that the Lord hath overthrown, and hath not repented, let him hear a cry in the morning, and howling at noontide. 17 Who slew me not from the womb, that my mother might have been my grave, and her womb an everlasting conception. 18 Why came I out of the womb, to see labor and sorrow, and that my days should be spent in confusion? Chapter 21 1 The word that came to Jeremias from the Lord, when King Sedishaz sent unto him Phaser, the son of Melchias, and Sophonias, the son of Majas the priest, saying, To inquire of the Lord for us, for Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon maketh war against us, if so be the Lord will deal with us according to all his wonderful works, that he may depart from us. 3 And Jeremiah said to them, Thus shall you say to Sedishaz, For thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Behold, I will turn back the weapons of war that are in your hands, with which you fight against the king of Babylon, and the Chaldeans, that besiege you round about the walls, and I will gather them together in the midst of the city. 5 And I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand, and with a strong arm, and in fury, and in indignation, and in great wrath. 6 And I will strike the inhabitants of the city, men and beasts shall die of a great pestilence. 7 And after this, saith the Lord, I will give Sedishaz the king of Judah, and his servants, and his people, and such as are left in the city from the pestilence, and the sword, and the famine, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon, and into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of them that seek their life, and he shall strike them with the edge of the sword, and he shall not be moved to pity, nor spare them, nor shew mercy on them. 8 And to this people thou shalt say, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I set before you the way of life, and the way of death. 9 He that shall abide in the city, shall die by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence, but he that shall go out and flee over to the Chaldeans, that besiege you, shall live, and his life shall be to him as a spoil. 10 For I have set my face against the city for evil, and not for good, saith the Lord, it shall be given into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn it with fire. 11 And to the house of the king of Judah, hear ye the word of the Lord. 12 O house of David, this saith the Lord, judge ye judgment in the morning, and deliver him that is oppressed by violence out of the hand of the oppressor, lest my indignation go forth like a fire, and be kindled, and there be none to quench it, because of the evil of your ways. 13 Behold, I come to thee that dwelleth in a valley upon a rock above a plain, saith the Lord, and you say, who shall strike us? And who shall enter into our houses? 14 But I will visit upon you according to the fruit of your doings, saith the Lord, and I will kindle a fire in the forest thereof, and it shall devour all things round about it. Chapter 22 1 Thus saith the Lord, Go down to the house of the king of Judah, and there thou shalt speak this word. 2 And thou shalt say, Hear the word of the Lord, O king of Judah, that sittest upon the throne of David, thou and thy servants, and thy people, who enter in by these gates. 3 Thus saith the Lord, Execute judgment and justice, and deliver him that is oppressed out of the hand of the oppressor, and afflict not the stranger, the fatherless, nor the widow, nor oppress them unjustly, and shed not innocent blood in this place. 4 For if you will do this thing indeed, then shall there enter in by the gates of this house, kings of the race of David sitting upon his throne, and riding in chariots and on horses, they and their servants, and their people. 5 But if you will not hearken to these words, I swear by myself, saith the Lord, that this house shall become a desolation. 6 For thus saith the Lord to the house of the king of Judah, Thou art to me Galad the head of Libanus, yet surely I will make thee a wilderness, and cities not habitable. 7 And I will prepare against thee the destroyer and his weapons, and they shall cut down thy chosen cedars, and shall cast them headlong into the fire. 8 And many nations shall pass by the city, and they shall say every man to his neighbor, Why hath the Lord done so to this great city? 9 And they shall answer, Because they have forsaken the covenant of the Lord their God, and have adored strange gods, and served them. 10 Weep not for him that is dead, nor bemoan him with your tears, lament him that goeth away, for he shall return no more, nor see his native country. 11 For thus saith the Lord to Selim the son of Josias the king of Judah, who reigned instead of his father, who went forth out of this place, he shall return hither no more. 12 But in the place to which I have removed him, there shall he die, and he shall not see this land any more. 13 Woe to him that buildeth up his house by injustice, and his chambers not in judgment, that will oppress his friend without cause, and will not pay him his wages. 14 Who saith, I will build me a wide house and large chambers, who openeth to himself windows, and make the roofs of cedar, and painteth them with vermilion. 15 Shalt thou reign, because thou comparest thyself to the cedar? Did not thy father eat and drink, and do judgment and justice, and it was then well with him? 16 He judged the cause of the poor and needy for his own good, was it not therefore because he knew me, saith the Lord? 17 But thy eyes and thy heart are set upon covetousness, and upon shedding innocent blood, and upon oppression, and running after evil works. 18 Therefore thus saith the Lord concerning Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah, they shall not mourn for him, alas, my brother, and alas, sister, they shall not lament for him, alas, my lord, or, alas, the noble one. 19 He shall be buried with the burial of an ass, rotten and cast forth without the gates of Jerusalem. 20 Go up to Libanus, and cry, and lift up thy voice in Bazan, and cry to them that pass by, for all thy lovers are destroyed. 21 I spoke to thee in thy property, and thou saidst, I will not hear, this hath been thy way from thy youth, because thou hast not heard my voice. 22 The wind shall feed all thy pastors, and thy lovers shall go into captivity, and then shalt thou be confounded, and ashamed of all thy wickedness. 23 Thou that sittest in Libanus, and makest thy nest in the cedars, how hast thou mourned when sorrows came upon thee, as the pains of a woman in labor? 24 As I live, saith the Lord, if Jeconias the son of Joachim the king of Judah were a ring on my right hand, I would pluck him thence. 25 And I will give thee into the hand of them that seek thy life, and into the hand of them whose face thou fearest, and into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and into the hand of the Chaldeans. 26 And I will send thee, and thy mother that bore thee, into a strange country, in which you were not born, and there you shall die. 27 And they shall not return into the land, whereunto they lift up their mind to return thither. 28 Is this man Jeconias an earthen and a broken vessel? Is he a vessel wherein there is no pleasure? Why are they cast out, he and his seed, and are cast into a land which they know not? 29 O earth, 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 hear the word of the Lord. 30 Thus saith the Lord, write this man barren, a man that shall not prosper in his days, for there shall not be a man of his seed that shall sit upon the throne of David, and have power any more in Judah. Chapter 23 1 Woe to the pastors, that destroy and tear the sheep of my pasture, saith the Lord. 2 Therefore thus saith the Lord the God of Israel to the pastors that feed my people, you have scattered my flock, and driven them away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you for the evil of your doings, saith the Lord. 3 And I will gather together the remnant of my flock, out of all the lands into which I have cast them out, and I will make them return to their own fields, and they shall increase and be multiplied. 4 And I will set up pastors over them, and they shall feed them, they shall fear no more, and they shall not be dismayed, and none shall be wanting of their number, saith the Lord. 5 Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, and I will raise up to David a just branch, and a king shall reign, and shall be wise, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. 6 In those days shall Judah be saved, and Israel shall dwell confidently, and this is the name that they shall call him, the Lord our. 6 In those days shall Judah be saved, and Israel shall dwell confidently, and this is the name that they shall call him, the Lord our just one. 7 Therefore behold the days to come, saith the Lord, and they shall say no more, the Lord liveth, who brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. 8 But the Lord liveth, who hath brought out, and brought hither the seed of the house of Israel from the land of the north, and out of all the lands, to which I had cast them forth, and they shall dwell in their own land. 9 To the prophets, my heart is broken within me, all my bones tremble, I am become as a drunken man, and as a man full of wine, at the presence of the Lord, and at the presence of his holy words. 10 Because the land is full of adulterers, because the land hath mourned by reason of cursing, the fields of the desert are dried up, and their course is become evil, and their strength unlike. 11 For the prophet and the priest are defiled, and in my house I have found their wickedness, saith the Lord. 12 Therefore their way shall be American Samoa, a slippery way in the dark, for they shall be driven on, and fall therein, for I will bring evils upon them, the year of their visitation, saith the Lord. 13 And I have seen folly in the prophets of Samaria, they prophesied in Baal, and deceived my people Israel. 14 And I have seen the likeness of adulterers, and the way of lying in the Prophetess of Jerusalem, and they strengthened the hand of the wicked, that no man should return from his evil doings, that are all become unto me as Sodom, and the inhabitants thereof as Gomorrah. 15 Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts to the prophets, Behold, I will feed them with wormwood, and I will give them gall to drink, for from the prophets of Jerusalem corruption has gone forth into all the land. 16 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Hearken not to the words of the prophets that prophesy to you, and deceive you, they speak a vision of their own heart, and not out of the mouth of the Lord. 17 They say to them that blaspheme me, the Lord hath said, You shall have peace, and to every one that walketh in the perverseness of his own heart, they have said, no evil shall come to you. 18 For who hath stood in the counsel of the Lord, and hath seen and heard his word? Who hath considered his word and heard it? 19 Behold, the whirlwind of the Lord's indignation shall come forth, and a tempest shall break out and come upon the head of the wicked. 20 The wrath of the Lord shall not return till he execute it, and till he accomplish the thought of his heart. In the latter days you shall understand his counsel. 21 I did not send prophets, yet they ran, I have not spoken to them, yet they prophesied. 22 If they stood in my counsel, and had made my words known to my people, I should have turned them from their evil way and from their wicked doings. 23 Am I, think ye, a God at hand, saith the Lord, and not a God afar off? 24 Shall a man be hid in secret places, and I not see him, saith the Lord? Do not I fill heaven and earth, saith the Lord? 25 I have heard what the prophets said, that prophesy lies in my name, and say, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. 26 How long shall this be in the heart of the prophets that prophesy lies, and that prophesy the delusions of their own heart? 27 Who seek to make my people forget my name through their dreams, which they tell every man to his neighbor, as their fathers forgot my name for Baal. 28 The prophet that hath a dream, let him tell a dream, and he that hath my word, let him speak my word with truth. What hath the chaff to do with the wheat, saith the Lord? 29 Are not my words as a fire, saith the Lord, and as a hammer that break the rock in pieces? 30 Therefore behold, I am against the prophets, saith the Lord, who steal my words every one from his neighbor. 31 Behold, I am against the prophets, saith the Lord, who use their tongues, and say, the Lord saith it. 32 Behold, I am against the prophets that have lying dreams, saith the Lord, and tell them, and cause my people to err by their lying, and by their wonders, when I sent them not, nor commanded them, who have not profited this people at all, saith the Lord. 33 If therefore this people, or the prophet, or the priest shall ask thee, saying, what is the burden of the Lord? Thou shalt say to them, you are the burden, for I will cast you away, saith the Lord. 34 And as for the prophet, and the priest, and the people that shall say, the burden of the Lord, I will visit upon that man, and upon his house. 35 Thus shall you say every one to his neighbor, and to his brother, what hath the Lord answered? And what hath the Lord spoken? 36 And the burden of the Lord shall be mentioned no more, for every man's word shall be his burden, for you have perverted the words of the living God, of the Lord of hosts our God. 37 Thus shalt thou say to the prophet, what hath the Lord answered thee? And what hath the Lord spoken? 38 But if you shall say, the burden of the Lord, therefore thus saith the Lord, because you have said this word, the burden of the Lord, and I have sent to you saying, say not, tne burden of the Lord. 39 Therefore behold, I will take you away carrying you, and will forsake you, and the city which I gave to you, and to your fathers, out of my presence. 40 And I will bring an everlasting reproach upon you, and a perpetual shame which shall never be forgotten. Chapter 24 1 The Lord shewed me, and behold 2 baskets full of figs, set before the temple of the Lord, after that Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had carried away Jeconias the son of Joachim the king of Judah, and his chief men, and the craftsmen, and engravers of Jerusalem, and had brought them to Babylon. 2 One basket had very good figs, like the figs of the first season, and the other basket had very bad figs, which could not be eaten, because they were bad. 3 And the Lord said to me, what seest thou, Jeremias? And I said, figs, the good figs, very good, and I said, figs, the good figs, very good, and the bad figs, very bad, which cannot be eaten because they are bad. 4 And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, 5 Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, like these good figs, so will I regard the captives of Judah, whom I have sent forth out of this place into the land of the Chaldeans, for their own good. 6 And I will set my eyes upon them to be pacified, and I will bring them again into this land, and I will be their God, and I will build them up, and not pull them down, and I will plant them, and not pluck them up. 7 And I will give them a heart to know me, that I am the Lord, and they shall be my people, and I will be their God, because they shall return to me with their whole heart. 8 And as the very bad figs, that cannot be eaten, because they are bad, thus saith the Lord, so will I give Sedishaz the king of Judah, and his princes, and the residue of Jerusalem, that have remained in the city, and that dwell in the land of Egypt. 9 And I will deliver them up to vexation, and affliction, to all the kingdoms of the earth, to be a reproach, and a byword, and a proverb, and to be a curse in all places, to which I have cast them out. 10 And I will send among them the sword, and the famine, and the pestilence, till they be consumed out of the land which I gave to them, and their fathers. Chapter 25 1 The word that came to Jeremiah concerning all the people of Judah, in the 4th year of Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah, the same is the 1st year of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, to which Jeremiah the prophet spoke to all the people of Judah, and to all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, 3 From the 13th year of Josias the son of Ammon king of Judah until this day, this is the 23rd year, the word of the Lord hath come to me, and I have spoken to you, rising before day, and speaking, and you have not hearkened. 4 And the Lord hath sent to you all his servants the prophets, rising early, and sending, and you have not hearkened, nor inclined your ears to hear. 5 When he said, Return yet, every one from his evil way, and from your wicked devices, and you shall dwell in the land which the Lord hath given to you, and your fathers for ever and ever. 6 And go not after strange gods to serve them, and adore them, nor provoke me to wrath by the works of your hands, and I will not afflict you. 7 And you have not heard me, saith the Lord, that you might provoke me to anger with the works of your hands, to your own hurt. 8 Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts, because you have not heard my words. 9 Behold, I will send, and take all the kindreds of the north, saith the Lord, and Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon my servant, and I will bring them against this land, and against the inhabitants thereof, and against all the nations that are round about it, and I will destroy them, and make them an astonishment and a hissing, and perpetual desolations. 10 And I will take away from them the voice of mirth, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, the sound of the mill, and the light of the lamp. 11 And all this land shall be a desolation, and an astonishment, and all these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years. 12 And when the 70 years shall be expired, I will punish the king of Babylon, and that nation, saith the Lord, for their iniquity, and the land of the Chaldeans, and I will make it perpetual desolations. 13 And I will bring upon the land all my words, that I have spoken against it, all that is written in this book, all that Jeremiah hath prophesied against all nations. 14 For they have served them, whereas they were many nations, and great kings, and I will repay them according to their deeds, and according to the works of their hands. 15 For thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Take the cup of wine of this fury at my hand, and thou shalt make all nations to drink thereof, unto which I shall send thee. 16 And they shall drink, and be troubled, and be mad because of the sword, which I shall send among them. 17 And I took the cup at the hand of the Lord, and I presented it to all the nations to drink of it, to which the Lord sent me. 18 To wit, Jerusalem, and the cities of Judah, and the kings thereof, and the princes thereof, to make them a desolation, and an astonishment, and a hissing, and a curse, as it is at this day. 19 Pharaoh the king of Egypt, and his servants, and his princes, and all his people. 20 And all in general, all the kings of the land of Osiris, and all the kings of the land of the Philistines, and Askelon, and Gaza, and Acharon, and the remnant of Azotus. 21 And Edom, and Moab, and the children of Ammon. 22 And all the kings of Tyre, and all the kings of Sidon, and the kings of the land of the islands that are beyond the sea. 23 And Dedan, and Thema, and Buz, and all that have their hair cut round. 24 And all the kings of Arabia, and all the kings of the west, that dwell in the desert. 25 And all the kings of Zambri, and all the kings of Elam, and all the kings of Medes. 26 And all the kings of the north far and near, every one against his brother, and all the kingdoms of the earth, which are upon the face thereof, and the king of Sesek shall drink after them. 27 And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Drink yet, and be drunken, and vomit, and fall, and rise no more, because of the sword, which I shall send among you. 28 And if they refuse to take the cup at thy hand to drink, thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Drinking you shall drink. 29 For behold, I begin to bring evil on the city wherein my name is called upon, and shall you be as innocent and escape free? You shall not escape free, for I will call for the sword upon all the inhabitants of the earth, saith the Lord of hosts. 30 And thou shalt prophesy unto them all these words, and thou shalt say to them, The Lord shall roar from on high, and shall utter his voice from his holy habitation, roaring he shall roar upon the place of his beauty, the shout as it were of them that tread grapes shall be given out against all the inhabitants of the earth. 31 The noise is come even to the ends of the earth, for the Lord entereth into judgment with the nations, he enter. 31 The noise is come even to the ends of the earth, for the Lord entereth into judgment with the nations, he entereth into judgment with all flesh, the wicked I have delivered up to the sword, saith the Lord. 32 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Behold, evil shall go forth from nation to nation, and a great whirlwind shall go forth from the ends of the earth. 33 And the slain of the Lord shall be at that day from one end of the earth even to the other end thereof, they shall not be lamented, and they shall not be gathered up, nor buried, they shall lie as dung upon the face of the earth. 34 Howl, ye shepherds, and cry, and sprinkle yourselves with ashes, ye leaders of the flock, for the days of your slaughter and your dispersion are accomplished, and you shall fall like precious vessels. 35 And the shepherds shall have no way to flee, nor the leaders of the flock to save themselves. 36 A voice of the cry of the shepherds, and a howling of the principal of the flock, because the Lord hath what's their pastures. 37 And the fields of peace have been silent, because of the fierce anger of the Lord. 38 He has forsaken his covert as the lion, for the land is laid waste because of the wrath of the dove, and because of the fierce anger of the Lord. Chapter 26 1 In the beginning of the reign of Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah, came this word from the Lord, saying, 2 Thus saith the Lord, Stand in the court of the house of the Lord, and speak to all the cities of Judah, out of which they come, to adore in the house of the Lord, all the words which I have commanded thee to speak unto them, leave not out one word. 3 If so be they will hearken and be converted every one from his evil way, that I may repent me of the evil that I think to do unto them for the wickedness of their doings. 4 And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord, if you will not hearken to me to walk in my law, which I have given to you. 5 To give ear to the words of my servants the prophets, whom I sent to you rising up early, and sending, and you have not hearkened. 6 I will make this house like Silo, and I will make the city a curse to all the nations of the earth. 7 And the priests, and the prophets, and all the people heard Jeremiah speaking these words in the house of the Lord. 8 And when Jeremiah made an end of speaking all that the Lord had commanded him to speak to all the people, the priests and the prophets, and all the people laid hold on him, saying, Let him be put to death. 9 Why hath he prophesied in the name of the Lord, saying, This house shall be like Silo, and this city shall be made desolate, without an inhabitant? And all the people were gathered together against Jeremiah in the house of the Lord. 10 And the princes of Judah heard these words, and they went up from the king's house into the house of the Lord, and sat in the entry of the new gate of the house of the Lord. 11 And the priests and the prophets spoke to the princes, and to all the people, saying, The judgment of death is for this man, because he hath prophesied against the city, as you have heard with your ears. 12 Then Jeremiah spoke to all the princes, and to all the people, saying, The Lord sent me to prophesy concerning this house, and concerning this city all the words you have heard. 13 Now therefore amend your ways, and your doings, and hearken to the voice of the Lord your God, and the Lord will repent of the evil that he hath spoken against you. 14 But as for me, behold I am in your hands, do with me what is good and right in your eyes. 15 But know ye, and understand, that if you put me to death, you will shed innocent blood against your own selves, and against this city, and the inhabitants thereof. For in truth the Lord sent me to you, to speak all these words in your hearing. 16 Then the princes, and all the people said to the priests, and to the prophets, There is no judgment of death for this man, for he hath spoken to us in the name of the Lord our God. 17 And some of the ancients of the land rose up, and they spoke to all the assembly of the people, saying, 18 Micaias of Morasth was a prophet in the days of Ezekias king of Judah, and he spoke to all the people of Judah, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Zion shall be plowed like a field, and Jerusalem shall be a heap of stones, and the mountain of the house the high places of woods. 19 Did Ezekias king of Judah, and all Judah, condemn him to death? Did they not fear the Lord, and beseech the face of the Lord, and the Lord repented of the evil that they had spoken against them? Therefore we are doing a great evil against our souls. 20 There was also a man that prophesied in the name of the Lord, Urias the son of Semei of Kiriath-Jearim, and he prophesied against the city, and against this land, according to all the words of Jeremiah. 21 And Joachim, and all his men in power, and his princes heard these words, and the king sought to put him to death. And Urias heard it, and was afraid, and fled and went into Egypt. 22 And King Joachim sent men into Egypt, Elnathan the son of Achbor, and men with him into Egypt. 23 And they brought Urias out of Egypt, and brought him to King Joachim, and he slew him with the sword, and he cast his dead body into the graves of the common people. 24 So the hand of Ahikam the son of Shaphan was with Jeremiah, that he should not be delivered into the hands of the people, to put him to death. Chapter 27 1 In the beginning of the reign of Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah, this word came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, 2 Thus saith the Lord to me, Make thee bands and chains, and thou shalt put them on thy neck. 3 And thou shalt send them to the of Edom, and to the king of Moab, and to the king of the children of Ammon, and to the king of Tyre, and to the king of Sidon, by the hand of the messengers that are come to Jerusalem to Sedeshaz the king of Judah. 4 And thou shalt command them to speak to their masters, Thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Thus shall you say to your masters, 5 I made the earth, and the men, and the beasts that are upon the face of the earth, by my great power, and by my stretched out arm, and I have given it to whom it seemed good in my eyes. 6 And now I have given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king. 6 And now I have given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon my servant, moreover also the beasts of the field I have given him to serve him. 7 And all nations shall serve him, and his son, and his son's son, till the time come for his land and himself, and many nations and great kings shall serve him. 8 But the nation and kingdom that will not serve Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and whosoever will not bend his neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, I will visit upon that nation with the sword, and with famine, and with pestilence, saith the Lord, till I consume them by his hand. 9 Therefore hearken not to your prophets, and diviners, and dreamers, and soothsayers, and sorcerers, that say to you, You shall not serve the king Babylon. 10 For they prophesy lies to you, to remove you far from your country, and east you out, and to make you perish. 11 But the nation that shall bend down their neck under the yoke of the king Babylon, and shall serve him, will let them remain in their own land, saith the Lord, and they shall till it, and dwell in it. 12 And I spoke to Sedeshaz the king of Judah according to all these words, saying, bend down your necks under the yoke of the king of Babylon, and serve him, and his people, and you shall live. 13 Why will you die, thou and thy people by the sword, and by famine, and by the pestilence, as the Lord hath spoken against the nation that will not serve the king of Babylon? 14 Hearken not to the words of the prophets that say to you, You shall not serve the king of Babylon, for they tell you a lie. 15 For I have not sent them, saith the Lord, and they prophesy in my name falsely, to drive you out, and that you may perish, both you, and the prophets that prophesy to you. 16 I spoke also to the priests, and to this people, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Hearken not to the words of your prophets, that prophesy to you, saying, Behold, the vessels of the Lord shall now in a short time be brought again from Babylon, for they prophesy a lie unto you. 17 Therefore hearken not to them, but serve the king of Babylon, that you may live. Why should this city be given up to desolation? 18 But if they be prophets, and the word of the Lord be in them, let them interpose themselves before the Lord of hosts, that the vessels which were left in the house of the Lord, and in the house of the king of Judah, and in Jerusalem, may not go to Babylon. 19 For thus saith the Lord of hosts to the pillars, and to the sea, and to the bases, and to the rest of the vessels that remain in the city, 20 Which Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon did not take, when he carried away Jeconias the son of Joachim the king of Judah, from Jerusalem to Babylon, and all the great men of Judah and Jerusalem. 21 For thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, to the vessels that are left in the house of the Lord, and in the house of the king of Judah and Jerusalem, 22 They shall be carried to Babylon, and there they shall be until the day of their visitation, saith the Lord, and I will cause them to be brought, and to be restored in this place. Chapter 28 1 And it came to pass in that year, in the beginning of the reign of Sedecias king of Judah, in the 4th year, in the 5th month, that Hananias the son of Ezzah, a prophet of Gabaon spoke to me, in the house of the Lord before the priests, and all the people, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, I have broken the yoke of the king of Babylon. 3 As yet 2 years of days, and I will cause all the vessels of the house of the Lord to be brought back into this place, which Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon took away from this place, and carried them to Babylon. 4 And I will bring back to this place Jeconias the son of Joachim king of Judah, and all the captives of Judah, that are gone to Babylon, saith the Lord, for I will break the yoke of the king of Babylon. 5 And Jeremias the prophet said to Hananias the prophet in the presence of the priests, and in the presence of all the people that stood in the house of the Lord, 6 And Jeremias the prophet said, Amen, the Lord do so, the Lord perform thy words, which thou hast prophesied, that the vessels may be brought again into the house of the Lord, and all the captives may return out of Babylon to this place. 7 Nevertheless hear this word that I speak in thy ears, and in the ears of all the people, 8 The prophets that have been before me, and before thee from the beginning, and have prophesied concerning many countries, and concerning great kingdoms, of war, and of affliction, and of famine. 9 The prophet that prophesied peace when his word shall come to pass, the prophet shall be known, whom the Lord hath sent in truth. 10 And Hananias the prophet took the chain from the neck of Jeremias the prophet, and broke it. 11 And Hananias spoke in the presence of all the people, saying, Thus saith the Lord, even so will I break the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon after 2 full years from off the neck of all the nations. 12 And Jeremias the prophet went his way. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremias, after that Hananias the prophet had broken the chain from off the neck of Jeremias the prophet, saying, 13 Go, and tell Hananias, Thus saith the Lord, Thou hast broken chains of wood, and thou shalt make for them chains of iron. 14 For thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, I have put a yoke of iron upon the neck of all these nations, to serve Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and they shall serve him, moreover also I have given him the beasts of the earth. 15 And Jeremias the prophet said to Hananias the prophet, Hear now, Hananias, the Lord hath not sent thee, and thou hast made this people to trust in a lie. 16 Therefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will send thee away from off the face of the earth, this year shalt thou die, for thou hast spoken against the Lord. 17 And Hananias the prophet died in that year, in the 7th month. Chapter 29 1 Now these are the words of the letter which Jeremias, the prophet, sent from Jerusalem to the residue of the ancients that were carried into captivity, and to the priests, and to the prophets, and to all the people, whom Nebuchadnezzar had carried away from Jerusalem to Babylon, 2 After that Jeconias the king, and the queen, and the eunuchs, and the princes of Judah, and of Jerusalem, and the crowd. Chapter 29 1 Now these are the words of the letter which Jeremias, the prophet, sent from Jerusalem to the residue of the ancients, and the word of the Lord came to Jeremias, after that Hananias the prophet had broken the chain from off the neck of Jeremias the prophet, saying, 13 Go, and tell Hananias, Thus saith the Lord, Thou hast broken chains of wood, and thou shalt make for them chains of iron. 14 For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I have put a yoke of iron upon the neck of all these nations, to serve Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and they shall serve him. Moreover also I have given him the beasts of the earth. 15 And Jeremias the prophet said to Hananias the prophet, Hear now, Hananias, the Lord hath not sent thee, and thou hast made this people to trust in a lie. 16 Therefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will send thee away from off the face of the earth, this year shalt thou die, for thou hast spoken against the Lord. 17 And Hananias the prophet died in that year, in the 7th month. Chapter 29 1 Now these are the words of the letter which Jeremias, the prophet, sent from Jerusalem to the residue of the ancients that were carried into captivity, and to the priests, and to the prophets, and to all the people, whom Nebuchadnezzar had carried away from Jerusalem to Babylon, 2 After that Jeconias the king, and the queen, and the eunuchs, and the princes of Judah, and of Jerusalem, and the craftsmen, and the engravers were departed out of Jerusalem, 3 By the hand of Elasah the son of Shaphan, and Gomarias the son of Helshias, whom Sedeshaz king of Judah sent to Babylon to Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, saying, For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, to all that are carried away captives, whom I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem to Babylon, 5 Build ye houses, and dwell in them, and plant orchards, and eat the fruit of them. 6 Take ye wives, and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, and let them bear sons and daughters, and be ye multiplied there, and be not few in number. 7 And seek the peace of the city, to which I have caused you to be carried away captives, and pray to the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall be your peace. 8 For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Let not your prophets that are in the midst of you, and your diviners deceive you, and give no heed to your dreams which you dream. 9 For they prophesy falsely to you in my name, and I have not sent them, saith the Lord. 10 For thus saith the Lord, When the 70 years shall begin to be accomplished in Babylon, I will visit you, and I will perform my good word in your favor, to bring you again to this place. 11 For I know the thoughts that I think towards you, saith the Lord, thoughts of peace, and not of affliction, to give you an end and patience. 12 And you shall call upon me, and you shall go, and you shall pray to me, and I will hear you. 13 You shall seek me, and shall end me, when you shall seek me with all your heart. 14 And I will be found by you, saith the Lord, and I will bring back your captivity, and I will gather you out of all nations, and from all the places to which I have driven you out, saith the Lord, and I will bring you back from the place to which I caused you to be carried away captive. 15 Because you have said, The Lord hath raised us up prophets in Babylon. 16 For thus saith the Lord to the king that sitteth upon the throne of David, and to all the people that dwell in the city, to your brethren that are not gone forth with you into captivity. 17 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Behold, I will send upon them the sword, and the famine, and the pestilence, and I will make them like bad figs that cannot be eaten, because they are very bad. 18 And I will persecute them with the sword, and with famine, and pith the pestilence, and I will give them up unto affliction to all the kingdoms of the earth, to be a curse, and an astonishment, and a hissing, and a reproach to all the nations to which I have driven them out. 19 Because they have not hearkened to my words, saith the Lord, which I sent to them by my servants the prophets, rising by night, and sending, and you have not heard, saith the Lord. 20 Hear ye therefore the word of the Lord, all ye of the captivity, whom I have sent out from Jerusalem to Babylon. 21 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, to Achab the son of Colias, and to Sedishaz the son of Majas, who prophesy unto you in my name falsely, Behold, I will deliver them up into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon, and he shall kill them before your eyes. 22 And of them shall be taken up a curse by all the captivity of Judah, that are in Babylon, saying, The Lord make thee like Sedishaz, and like Achab, whom the king of Babylon fried in the fire. 23 Because they have acted folly in Israel, and have committed adultery with the wives of their friends, and have spoken lying words in my name, which I commanded them not, I am the judge and the witness, saith the Lord. 24 And to Semaias the Neelamite thou shalt say, 25 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, because thou hast sent letters in thy name to all the people that are in Jerusalem, and to Sophonias the son of Majas the priest, and to all the priests, saying, 26 The Lord hath made thee priest instead of Joiada the priest, that thou shouldst be ruler in the house of the Lord, over every man that raveth and prophesieth, to put him in the stocks, and into prison. 27 And now why hast thou not rebuked Jeremias the Anathothite, who prophesieth to you? 28 For he hath also sent to us in Babylon, saying, It is a long time, build ye houses, and dwell in them, and plant gardens, and eat the fruits of them. 29 So Sophonias the priest read this letter, in the hearing of Jeremias the prophet. 30 And the word of the Lord came to Jeremias, saying, 31 Send to all them of the captivity, saying, Thus saith the Lord to Semaias the Neelamite, because Semaias hath prophesied to you, and I sent him not, and hath caused you to trust in a lie. 32 Therefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will visit upon Semaias the Neelamite, and upon his seed, he shall not have a man to sit in the midst of this people, and he shall not see the good that I will do to my people, saith the Lord, because he. And the word of the Lord came to Jeremias, saying, 31 Send to all them of the captivity, saying, Thus saith the Lord to Semaias the Neelamite. 22 And of them shall be taken up a curse by all the captivity of Judah, that are in Babylon, saying, The Lord make thee like Sedishaz, and like Achab, whom the king of Babylon fried in the fire. 23 Because they have acted folly in Israel, and have committed adultery with the wives of their friends, and have spoken lying words in my name, which I commanded them not, I am the judge and the witness, saith the Lord. 24 And to Semaias the Neelamite thou shalt say, 25 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, because thou hast sent letters in thy name to all the people that are in Jerusalem, and to Sophonias the son of Majas the priest, and to all the priests, saying, 26 The Lord hath made thee priest instead of Joiada the priest, that thou shouldst be ruler in the house of the Lord, over every man that raveth and prophesieth, to put him in the stocks, and into prison. 27 And now why hast thou not rebuked Jeremias the Anathothite, who prophesieth to you? 28 For he hath also sent to us in Babylon, saying, It is a long time, build ye houses, and dwell in them, and plant gardens, and eat the fruits of them. 29 So Sophonias the priest read this letter, in the hearing of Jeremias the prophet. 30 And the word of the Lord came to Jeremias, saying, 31 Send to all them of the captivity, saying, Thus saith the Lord to Semaias the Neelamite, because Semaias hath prophesied to you, and I sent him not, and hath caused you to trust in a lie. 32 Therefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will visit upon Semaias the Neelamite, and upon his seed, he shall not have a man to sit in the midst of this people, and he shall not see the good that I will do to my people, saith the Lord, because he. hath spoken treason against the Lord. Chapter 31. This is the word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, saying, Write thee all the words that I have spoken to thee, in a book. 3. For behold the days come, saith the Lord, and I will bring again the captivity of my people Israel and Judah, saith the Lord, and I will cause them to return to the land which I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. 4. And these are the words that the Lord hath spoken to Israel and to Judah. 5. For thus saith the Lord, we have heard a voice of terror, there is fear and no peace. 6. Ask ye, and see if a man bear children? Why then have I seen every man with his hands on his loins, like a woman in labor, and all faces are turned yellow. 7. Alas, for that day is great, neither is there the like to it, and it is the time of tribulation to Jacob, but he shall be saved out of it. 8. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and will burst his bands, and strangers shall no more rule over him. 9. But they shall serve the Lord their God, and David their king, whom I will raise up to them. 10. Therefore fear thou not, my servant Jacob, saith the Lord, neither be dismayed, O Israel, for behold, I will save thee from a country afar off, and thy seed from the land of their captivity, and Jacob shall return, and be at rest, and abound with all good things, and there shall be none whom he may fear. 11. For I am with thee, saith the Lord, to save thee, for I will utterly consume all the nations, among which I have scattered thee, but I will not utterly consume thee, but I will chastise thee in judgment, that thou mayst not seem to thyself innocent. 12. For thus saith the Lord, thy bruise is incurable, thy wound is very grievous. 13. There is none to judge thy judgment to bind it up, thou hast no healing medicines. 14. All thy lovers have forgotten thee, and will not seek after thee, for I have wounded thee with the wound of an enemy, with a cruel chastisement, by reason of the multitude of thy iniquities, thy sins are hardened. 15. Why criest thou for thy affliction? Thy sorrow is incurable, for the multitude of thy iniquity, and for thy hardened sins I have done these things to thee. 16. Therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured, and all thy enemies shall be carried into captivity, and they that waste thee shall be wasted, and all that prey upon thee will I give for a prey. 17. For I will close up thy scar, and will heal thee of thy wounds, saith the Lord. Because they have called thee, O Zion, an outcast, this is she that hath none to seek after her. 18. Thus saith the Lord, behold I bring back the captivity of the pavilions of Jacob, and will have pity on his houses, and the city shall be built in her place, and the temple shall be found according to the order thereof. 19. And out of them shall come forth praise, and the voice of them that play, and I will multiply them, and they shall not be made few, and I will glorify them, and they shall not be lessened. 20. And their children shall be as from the beginning, and their assembly be permanent before me, and I will against all that afflict them. 21. And their leader shall be of themselves, and their prince shall come forth from the midst of them, and I will bring him near, and he shall come to me, for who is this that setteth his heart to approach to me, saith the Lord. 22. And you shall be my people, and I will be your God. 23. Behold the whirlwind of the Lord, his fury going forth, a violent storm, it shall rest upon the head of the wicked. 24. The Lord will not turn away the wrath of his indignation, till he have executed and performed the thought o his heart. In the latter days you shall understand these things. Chapter 31. 1. At that time, saith the Lord, I will be the God of all the families of and they shall be my people. 2. Thus saith the Lord, the people were left and escaped from the sword, found grace in the desert, Israel shall to his rest. 3. The Lord hath appeared from afar to me. Yet I have loved thee with everlasting love, therefore have I drawn thee, taking pity on thee. 4. And I will build thee again, and thou shalt be built, 0 Virgin of Israel, thou shalt again be adorned with thy timbrels, and shalt go forth in the dances of them that make merry. 5 Thou shalt yet plant vineyards in the mountains of Samaria, the planters shall plant, and they shall not gather the vintage before the time. 6 For there shall be a day, in which the watchman on Mount Ephraim shall cry, Arise, and let us go up to Zion to the Lord our God. 7 For thus saith the Lord, Rejoice yet in the joy of Jacob, and neigh before the head of the Gentiles, shout yet, and sing, and say, Save, O Lord, thy people, the remnant of Israel. 8 Behold, I will bring them from the north country, and will gather them from the ends of the earth, and among them shall be the blind, and the lame, the woman with child, and she that is bringing forth, together, a great company of them returning hither. 9 They shall come with weeping, and I will bring them back in mercy, and I will bring them through the torrents of waters in a right way, and they shall not stumble in it, for I am a father to Israel, and Ephraim is my firstborn. 10 Hear the word of the Lord, O ye nations, and declare it in the islands that are afar off, and say, He that scattered Israel will gather him, and he will keep him as the shepherd doth his flock. 11 For the Lord hath redeemed Jacob, and delivered him out of the hand of one that was mightier than he. 12 And they shall come, and shall give praise in Mount Zion, and they shall flow together to the good things of the Lord, for the corn, and wine, and oil, and the increase of cattle and herds, and their soul shall be as a watered garden, and they shall be hungry no more. 13 Then shall the virgin rejoice in the dance, the young men and old men together, and I will turn their mourning into joy, and will comfort them, and make them joyful after their sorrow. 14 And I will fill the soul of the priests with fatness, and my people shall be filled with my good things, saith the Lord. 15 Thus saith the Lord, a voice was heard on high of lamentation, of mourning and weeping, of Rachel weeping for her children, and refusing to be comforted for them, because they are not. 16 Thus saith the Lord, Let thy voice cease from weeping, and thy eyes from tears, for there is a reward for thy work, saith the Lord, and they shall return out of the land of the enemy. 17 And here is hope for thy last end, saith the Lord, and the children shall return to their own borders. 18 Hearing I heard Ephraim when he went into captivity, Thou hast chastised me, and I was instructed, as a young bullock unaccustomed to the yoke. Convert me, and I shall be converted, for thou art the Lord my God. 19 For after thou didst convert me, I did penance, and after thou didst shew unto me, I struck my thigh, I am confounded and ashamed, because I have borne the reproach of my youth. 20 Surely Ephraim is an honorable son to me, surely he is a tender child, for since I spoke of him, I will still remember him. Therefore are my bowels troubled for him, pitying I will pity him, saith the Lord. 21 Set thee up a watchtower, make to thee bitterness, direct thy heart into the right way, wherein thou hast walked, return, O Virgin of Israel, return to these thy cities. 22 How long wilt thou be dissolute in deliciousness, O wandering daughter? For the Lord hath created a new thing upon the earth, a woman shall compass a man. 23 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, as yet shall they say this word in the land of Judah, and in the cities thereof, when I shall bring back their captivity, the Lord bless thee, the beauty of justice, the holy mountain. 24 And Judah and all his cities shall dwell therein together, the husbandmen and they that drive the docks. 25 For I have inebriated the weary soul, and I have filled every hungry soul. 26 Upon this I was as it were awaked out of a sleep, and I saw, and my sleep was sweet to me. 27 Behold the days come, saith the Lord, and I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Judah with the seed of men, and with the seed of beasts. 28 And as I have watched over them, to pluck up, and to throw down, and to scatter, and destroy, and afflict, so will I watch over them, to build up, and to plant them, saith the Lord. 29 In those days they shall say no more, the fathers have eaten a sour grape, and the teeth of the children are set on edge. 30 But every one shall die for his own iniquity, every man that shall eat the sour grape, his teeth shall be set on edge. 31 Behold, the days shall come, saith the Lord, and I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel, and with the house of Judah. 32 Not according to the covenant which I made with their fathers, in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, the covenant which they made void, and I had dominion over them, saith the Lord. 33 But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel, after those days, saith the Lord, I will give my law in their bowels, and I will write it in their heart, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. 34 And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for all shall know me from the least of them even to the greatest, saith the Lord, for I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. 35 Thus saith the Lord, who giveth the sun for the light of the day, the order of the moon and of the stars, for the light of the night, who stirreth up the sea, and the waves thereof roar, the Lord of hosts is his name. 36 If these ordinances shall fail before me, saith the Lord, then also the seed of Israel shall fail, so as not to be a nation before me forever. 37 Thus saith the Lord, if the heavens above can be measured, and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I also will cast away all the seed of Israel, for all that they have done, saith the Lord. 38 Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that the city shall be built to the Lord from the tower of Hanameel even to the gate of the corner. 39 And the measuring line shall go out farther in his sight upon the hill Gareb, and it shall compass Godha, 40 And the whole valley of dead bodies and of ashes, and all the country of death, even to the torrent Cedron, and the corner of the horse gate towards the east, the holy of the Lord, it shall not be plucked up, and it shall not be destroyed any more forever. Chapter 32 1 The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord in the 10th year of Sedeciah king of Judah, the same is 18th year of. Chapter 32 1 The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord in the 10th year of Sedeciah king of Judah, the same is 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar. 35 Thus saith the Lord, who giveth the sun for the light of the day, the order of the moon and of the stars, for the light of the night, who stirreth up the sea, and the waves thereof roar, the Lord of hosts is his name. 36 If these ordinances shall fail before me, saith the Lord, then also the seed of Israel shall fail, so as not to be a nation before me forever. 37 Thus saith the Lord, if the heavens above can be measured, and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I also will cast away all the seed of Israel, for all that they have done, saith the Lord. 38 Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that the city shall be built to the Lord from the tower of Hanameel even to the gate of the corner. 39 And the measuring line shall go out farther in his sight upon the hill Gareb, and it shall compass Godha, 40 And the whole valley of dead bodies and of ashes, and all the country of death, even to the torrent Cedron, and the corner of the horse gate towards the east, the holy of the Lord, it shall not be plucked up, and it shall not be destroyed any more forever. Chapter 32 1 The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord in the 10th year of Sedeciah king of Judah, the same is 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar. 2 At that time the army of the king of Babylon besieged Jerusalem, and Jeremiah the prophet was shut up in the court of the prison, which was in the house of the king of Judah. 3 For Sedeciah king of Judah had shut him up, saying, Why dost thou prophesy, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will give the city into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall take it? 4 And Sedeciah king of Judah shall not escape out of the hand of the Chaldeans, but he shall be delivered into the hands of the king of Babylon, and he shall speak to him mouth to mouth, and his eyes shall see his eyes. 5 And he shall lead Sedeciah to Babylon, and he shall be there till I visit him, saith the Lord. But if you will fight against the Chaldeans, you shall have no success. 6 And Jeremiah said, The word of the Lord came to me, saying, 7 Behold, Hanameel the son of Selam thy cousin shall come to thee, saying, Buy thee my field, which is in Anathoth, for it is thy right to buy it, being Achan. 8 And Hanameel my uncle's son came to me, according to the word of the to the entry of the prison, and said me, Buy my held, which is in the land of Benjamin, for the right of inheritance is thins, and thou art next of kin to possess it. And I understood this was the word of the Lord. 9 And I bought the held of my uncle's son, that is in Anathoth, and I weighed him the money, 7 staters and 10 pieces of silver. 10 And I wrote it in a book and sealed it, and took witnesses, and I weighed him the money in the balances. 11 And I took the deed of the purchase that was sealed, and the stipulations, and the ratifications with the seals that were on the outside. 12 And I gave the deed of the purchase to Baruch the son of Neri the son of Moses in the sight of Hanamiel my uncle's son, in the presence of the witnesses that subscribed the book of the purchase, and before all the Jews that sat in the court of the prison. 13 And I charged Baruch before them, saying, 14 Thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Take these writings, this deed of the purchase that is sealed up, and this deed that is open, and put them in an earthen vessel, that they may continue many days. 15 For thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Houses, and fields, and vineyards shall be possessed again in this land. 16 And after I had delivered the deed of purchase to Baruch the son of Neri, I prayed to the Lord, saying, 17 Alas, 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 0 Lord God, behold thou hast made heaven and earth by thy great power, and thy stretched out arm, no word shall be hard to thee. 18 Thou shewest mercy unto thousands, and returnest the iniquity of the fathers into the bosom of their children after them, O most mighty, great, and powerful, the Lord of hosts is thy name. 19 Great in counsel and incomprehensible in thought, whose eyes are open upon all the ways of the children of Adam, to render unto every one according to his ways, and according to the fruit of his devices. 20 Who hast set signs and wonders in the land of Egypt even until this day, and in Israel, and amongst men, and hast made thee a name as at this day. 21 And hast brought forth thy people Israel, out of the land of Egypt with signs, and with wonders, and with a strong hand, and a stretched out arm, and with great terror. 22 And best given them this land which thou didst swear to their fathers, to give them a land flowing with milk and honey. 23 And they came in, and possessed it, but they obeyed not thy voice, and they walked not in thy law, and they did not any of those things that thou didst command them to do, and all these evils are come upon them. 24 Behold, works are built up against the city to take it, and the city is given into the hands of the Chaldeans, who fight against it, by the sword, and the famine, and the pestilence, and what thou hast spoken, is all come to pass, as thou thyself seest. 25 And sayest thou to me, O Lord God, buy a field for money, and take witnesses, whereas the city is given into the hands of the Chaldeans. 26 And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, saying, 27 Behold, I am the Lord the God of all flesh, shall anything be hard for me? 28 Therefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will deliver the city into the hands of the Chaldeans, and into the hands of the king of Babylon, and they shall take it. 29 And the Chaldeans that fight against the city, shall come and set it on fire, and burn it, with the houses upon whose roofs they offered sacrifice to Baal, and poured out drink offerings to strange gods, to provoke me to wrath. 30 For the children of Israel, and the children of Judah, have continually done evil in my eyes from their youth, the children of Israel who even till now provoke me with the work of their hands, saith the Lord. 31 For the city hath been to me a provocation and indignation from the day that they built it, until this day, in which it shall be taken. 31 For the city hath been to me a provocation and indignation from the day that they built it, until this day, in which it shall be taken out of my sight. 32 Because of all the evil of the children of Israel, and of the children of Judah, which they have done, provoking me to wrath, they and their kings, their princes, and their priests, and their prophets, the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 33 And they have turned their backs to me, and not their faces, when I taught them early in the morning, and instructed them, and they would not hearken to receive instruction. 34 And they have set their idols in the house, in which my name is called upon, to defile it. 35 And they have built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to consecrate their sons and their daughters to Moloch, which I commanded them not, neither entered it into my heart, that they should do this abomination, and cause Judah to sin. 36 And now, therefore, thus saith the Lord the God of Israel to the city, whereof you say that it shall be delivered into the hands of the king of Babylon by the sword, and by famine, and by pestilence. 37 Behold, I will gather them together out of all the lands to which I have cast them out in my anger, and in my wrath, and in my great indignation, and I will bring them again into this place, and will cause them to dwell securely. 38 And they shall be my people, and I will be their God. 39 And I will give them one heart, and one way, that they may fear me all days, and that it may be well with them, and with their children after them. 40 And I will make an everlasting covenant with them, and will not cease to do them good, and I will give my fear in their heart, that they may not revolt from me. 41 And I will rejoice over them, when I shall do them good, and I will plant them in this land in truth, with my whole heart, and with all my soul. 42 For thus saith the Lord, as I have brought upon this people all this great evil, so will I bring upon them all the good that I now speak to them. 43 And fields shall be purchased in this land, whereof you say that it is desolate, because there remaineth neither man nor beast, and it is given into the hands of the Chaldeans. 44 Fields shall be bought for money, and deeds shall be written and sealed, and witnesses shall be taken, in the land of Benjamin, and round about Jerusalem, in the cities of Judah, and in the cities on the mountains, and in the cities of the plains, and in the cities that are towards the south, for I will bring their captivity, saith the Lord. Chapter 33 1 And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah the second time, while he was yet shut up in the court of the prison, saying, 2 Thus saith the Lord, who will do, and will form it, and prepare it, the Lord is his name. 3 Cry to me and I will hear thee, and I will shew thee great things, and sure things which thou knowest not. 4 For thus saith the Lord the God of Israel to the houses of the city, and to the houses of the king of Judah, which were destroyed, and to the bulwarks, and to the sword. 5 Of them that come to fight with the Chaldeans, and to fill them with the dead bodies of the men whom I have slain in my wrath, and in my indignation, hiding my face from this city because of all their wickedness. 6 Behold, I will close their wounds and give them health, and I will cure them, and I will reveal to them the prayer of peace and truth. 7 And I will bring back the captivity of Judah, and the captivity of Jerusalem, and I will build them as from the beginning. 8 And I will cleanse them from all their iniquity, whereby they have sinned against me, and I will forgive all their iniquities, whereby they have sinned against me, and despised me. 9 And it shall be to me a name, and a joy, and a praise, and a gladness before all the nations of the earth, that shall hear of all the good things which I will do to them, and they shall fear and be troubled for all the good things, and for all the peace that I will make for them. 10 Thus saith the Lord, there shall be heard again in this place, which you say is desolate, because there is neither man nor beast, in the cities of Judah, and without Jerusalem, which are desolate without man, and without inhabitant, and without beast. 11 The voice of joy and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, the voice of them that shall say, Give ye glory to the Lord of hosts, for the Lord is good, for his mercy endureth forever, and of them that shall bring their vows into the house of the Lord, for I will bring back the captivity of the land as at the first, saith the Lord. 12 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, there shall be again in this place that is desolate without man, and without beast, and in all the cities thereof, an habitation of shepherds causing their flocks to lie down. 13 And in the cities on the mountains, and in the cities of the plains, and in the cities that are towards the south, and in the land of Benjamin, and round about Jerusalem, and in the cities of Judah shall the flocks pass again under the hand of him that numbereth them, saith the Lord. 14 Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will perform the good word that I have spoken to the house of Israel, and to the house of Judah. 15 In those days, and at that time, I will make the bud of justice to spring forth unto David, and he shall do judgment and justice in the earth. 16 In those days shall Judah be saved, and Jerusalem shall dwell securely, and this is the name that they shall call him, the Lord our just one. 17 For thus saith the Lord, there shall not be cut off from David a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel. 18 Neither shall there be cut off from the priests and Levites a man before my face to offer holocausts, and to burn sacrifices, and to kill victims continually. 19 And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, saying, 20 Thus saith the Lord, if my covenant with the day can be made void, and my covenant with the night, that there should not be day and night in their season, 21 Also my covenant with David my servant may be made void, that he should not have a son to reign upon his throne, and with the Levites and priests my ministers. 22 As the stars of heaven cannot be numbered, nor the sand of the sea be measured, so will I. 22 As the stars of heaven cannot be numbered, nor the sand of the sea be measured, so will I multiply the seed of David my servant, and the Levites my ministers. 23 And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, saying, 24 Hast thou not seen what this people hath spoken, saying, the two families which the Lord had chosen, are cast off, and they have despised my people, so that it is no more a nation before them? 25 Thus saith the Lord, if I have not set my covenant between day and night, and laws to heaven and earth, 26 Surely I will also cast off the seed of Jacob, and of David my servant, so as not to take any of his seed to be rulers of the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, for I will bring back their captivity, and will have mercy on them. Chapter 34 1 The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, when Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and all his army, and all the kingdoms of the earth, that were under the power of his hand, and all the people fought against Jerusalem and against all the cities thereof, saying, 2 Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Go, and speak to Sedeciah king of Judah, and say to him, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will deliver the city into the hands of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn it with fire. 3 And thou shalt not escape out of his hand, but thou shalt surely be taken, and thou shalt be delivered into his hand, and thy eyes shall see the eyes of the king of Babylon, and his mouth shall speak with thy mouth, and thou shalt go to Babylon. 4 Yet hear the word of the Lord, O Sedeciah king of Judah, thus saith the Lord to thee, Thou shalt not die by the sword. 5 But thou shalt die in peace, and according to the burnings of thy fathers, the former kings that were before thee, so shall they burn thee, and they shall mourn for thee, saying, Alas, Lord, for I have spoken the word, saith the Lord. 6 And Jeremiah the prophet spoke all these words to Sedeciah the king of Judah in Jerusalem. 7 And the army of the king of Babylon fought against Jerusalem, and against all the cities of Judah that were left, against Lachish, and against Aschah, for these remained of the cities of Judah, fenced cities. 8 The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, after that King Sedeciah had made a covenant with all the people in Jerusalem, making a proclamation, 9 That every man should let his manservant, and every man his maidservant, being a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, go free, and that they should not lord it over them, to wit, over the Jews their brethren. 10 And all the princes, and all the people who entered into the covenant, heard that every man should let his manservant, and every man his maidservant go free, and should no more have dominion over them, and they obeyed, and let them go free. 11 But afterwards they turned, and brought back again their servants and their handmaids, whom they had let go free, and brought them into subjection as menservants and maidservants. 12 And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, 13 Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, I made a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, saying, 14 At the end of 7 years, let ye go every man his brother being a Hebrew, who hath been sold to thee, so he shall serve thee 6 years, and thou shalt let him go free from thee, and your fathers did not hearken to me, nor did they incline their ear. 15 And you turned today, and did that which was right in my eyes, in proclaiming liberty every one to his brother, and you made a covenant in my sight, in the house upon which my name is invocated. 16 And you are fallen back, and have defiled my name, and you have brought back again every man his manservant, and every man his maidservant, whom you had let go free, and set at liberty, and you have brought them into subjection to be your servants and handmaids. 17 Therefore thus saith the Lord, you have not hearkened to me, in proclaiming liberty every man to his brother and every man to his friend. Behold, I proclaim a liberty for you, saith the Lord, to the sword, to the pestilence, and to the famine, and I will cause you to be removed to all the kingdoms of the earth. 18 And I will give the men that have transgressed my covenant, and have not performed the words of the covenant which they agreed to in my presence, when they cut the calf in two and passed between the parts thereof. 19 The princes of Judah, and the princes of Jerusalem, the eunuchs and the priests, and all the people of the land that passed between the parts of the calf. 20 And I will give them into the hands of their enemies, and into the hands of them that seek their life, and their dead bodies shall be for meat to the fowls of the air, and to the beasts of the earth. 21 And Sedishaz the king of Judah, and his princes, I will give into the hands of their enemies, and into the hands of them that seek their lives, and into the hands of the armies of the king of Babylon, which are gone from you. 22 Behold, I will command, saith the Lord, and I will bring them again to the city, and they shall fight against it, and take it, and burn it with fire, and I will make the cities of Judah a desolation, without an inhabitant. Chapter 35 1 The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord in the days of Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah, saying, 2 Go to the house of the Rechabites, and speak to them, and bring them into the house of the Lord, into one of the chambers of the treasures, and thou shalt give them wine to drink. 3 And I took Jezanias the son of Jeremiah the son of Habzanias, and his brethren, and all his sons, and the whole house of the Rechabites. 4 And I brought them into the house of the Lord, to the treasure house of the sons of Hanan, the son of Jegedlias the man of God, which was by the treasure house of the princes, above the treasure of Majas the son of Selim, who was keeper of the entry. 5 And I set before the sons of the house of the Rechabites pots full of wine and cups, and I said to them, Drink ye wine. 6 And they answered, We will not drink wine, because Jonadab the son of Rechab, our father, commanded us, saying, You shall drink no wine, neither you, nor your children, forever. 7 Neither shall ye build houses, nor sow seed, nor plant vineyards, nor have any, but you shall dwell in tents all your days, that you may live many days upon the face of the 6 And they answered, We will not drink wine, because Jonadab the son of 22 Behold, I will command, saith the Lord, and I will bring them again to the city, and they shall fight against it, and take it, and burn it with fire, and I will make the cities of Judah a desolation, without an inhabitant. Chapter 35 1 The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord in the days of Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah, saying, 2 Go to the house of the Rechabites, and speak to them, and bring them into the house of the Lord, into one of the chambers of the treasures, and thou shalt give them wine to drink. 3 And I took Jezanias the son of Jeremiah the son of Habzanias, and his brethren, and all his sons, and the whole house of the Rechabites. 4 And I brought them into the house of the Lord, to the treasure house of the sons of Hanan, the son of Jegedlias the man of God, which was by the treasure house of the princes, above the treasure of Majas the son of Selim, who was keeper of the entry. 5 And I set before the sons of the house of the Rechabites pots full of wine and cups, and I said to them, Drink ye wine. 6 And they answered, We will not drink wine, because Jonadab the son of Rechab, our father, commanded us, saying, You shall drink no wine, neither you, nor your children, forever. 7 Neither shall ye build houses, nor sow seed, nor plant vineyards, nor have any, but you shall dwell in tents all your days, that you may live many days upon the face of the earth, in which you are strangers. 8 Therefore we have obeyed the voice of Jonadab the son of Rechab, our father, in all things that he commanded us, so as to drink no wine all our days, neither we, nor our wives, nor our sons, nor our daughters, 9 nor to build houses to dwell in, nor to have vineyard, or field, or seed, 10 but we have dwelt in tents, and have been obedient according to all that Jonadab our father commanded us. 11 But when Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon came up to our land, we said, Come, let us go into Jerusalem from the face of the army of the Chaldeans, and from the face of the army of Syria, and we have remained in Jerusalem. 12 And the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, saying, 13 Thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Go, and say to the men of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, Will you not receive instruction, to obey my words, saith the Lord? 14 The words of Jonadab the son of Rechab, by which he commanded his sons not to drink wine, have prevailed, and they have drunk none to this day, because they have obeyed the commandment of their father, but I have spoken to you, rising early and speaking, and you have not obeyed me. 15 And I have sent to you all my servants the prophets, rising early, and sending and saying, Return ye every man from his wicked way, and make your ways good, and follow not strange gods, nor worship them, and you shall dwell in the land, which I gave you and your fathers, and you have not inclined your ear, nor hearkened to me. 16 So the sons of Jonadab the son of Rechab have constantly kept the commandment of their father, which he commanded them, but this people hath not obeyed me. 17 Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Behold, I will bring upon Judah, and upon all the inhabitants of Jerusalem all the evil that I have pronounced against them, because I have spoken to them, and they have not heard, I have called to them, and they have not answered me. 18 And Jeremiah said to the house of the Rechabites, Thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Because you have obeyed the commandment of Jonadab your father, and have kept all his precepts, and have done all that he commanded you. 19 Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, There shall not be wanting a man of the race of Jonadab the son of Rechab, standing before me forever. Chapter 36 1 And it came to pass in the 4th year of Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah, that this word came to Jeremiah by the Lord, saying, To take thee a roll of a book, and thou shalt write in it all the words that I have spoken to thee against Israel and Judah, and against all the nations from the day that I spoke to thee, from the days of Josias even to this day. 3 If so be, when the house of Judah shall hear all the evils that I purpose to do unto them, that they may return every man from his wicked way, and I will forgive their iniquity, and their sin. 4 So Jeremiah called Baruch the son of Neriah, and Baruch wrote from the mouth of Jeremiah all the words of the Lord, which he spoke to him, upon the roll of a book. 5 And Jeremiah commanded Baruch, saying, I am shut up, and cannot go into the house of the Lord. 6 Go thou in therefore, and read out of the volume, which thou hast written from my mouth, the words of the Lord, in the hearing of all the people in the house of the Lord on the fasting day, and also thou shalt read them in the hearing of all Judah that come out of their cities. 7 If so be they may present their supplication before the Lord, and may return every one from his wicked way, for great is the wrath and indignation which the Lord hath pronounced against this people. 8 And Baruch the son of Neriah did according to all that Jeremiah the prophet had commanded him, reading out of the volume the words of the Lord in the house of the Lord. 9 And it came to pass in the 5th year of Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah, in the 9th month, that they proclaimed a fast before the Lord to all the people in Jerusalem, and to all the people that were come together out of the cities of Judah to Jerusalem. 10 And Baruch read out of the volume the words of Jeremiah in the house of the Lord, in the treasury of Gamarias the son of Shaphan the scribe, in the upper court, in the entry of the new gate of the house of the Lord, in the hearing of all the people. 11 And when Michaias the son of Gamarias the son of Shaphan had heard out of the book all the words of the Lord, 12 He went down into the king's house to the secretary's chamber, and behold all the princes sat there, Elisama the scribe, and Dalaz the son of Semias, and Elnathan the son of Achobor, and Gamarias the son of Shaphan, and Sedishaz the son of Hananias, and all the princes. 13 And Michaias told them all the words that he had heard when Baruch read out of the volume in the hearing of the people. 14 Therefore all the princes sent Judi the son of Nathanias, 14 Therefore all the princes sent Judi the son of Nathanias, the son of Selemias, the son of Shuzi, to Baruch, saying, Take in thy hand the volume in which thou hast read in the hearing of the people, and come. So Baruch the son of Neriah took the volume in his hand, and came to them. 15 And they said to him, Sit down and read these things in our hearing. And Baruch read in their hearing. 16 And when they had heard all the words, they looked upon one another with astonishment, and they said to Baruch, We must tell the king all these words. 17 And they asked him, saying, Tell us, how didst thou write all these words from his mouth? 18 And Baruch said to them, With his mouth he pronounced all these words as if he were reading to me, and I wrote in a volume with ink. 19 And the princes said to Baruch, Go, and hide thee, both thou and Jeremias, and let no man know where you are. 20 And they went in to the king into the court, but they laid up the volume in the chamber of Elisama the scribe, and they told all the words in the hearing of the king. 21 And the king sent Judi that he should take the volume, who bringing it out of the chamber of Elisama the scribe, read it in the hearing of the king, and of all the princes that stood about the king. 22 Now the king sat in the winter house, in the 9th month, and there was a hearth before him full of burning coals. 23 And when Judi had read 3 or 4 pages, he cut it with the penknife, and he cast it into the that was upon the hearth, till all the volume was consumed with the fire that was on the hearth. 24 And the king and all his servants that heard all these words were not afraid, nor did they rend their garments. 25 But yet Elnathan, and Dalaz, and Gamaliel spoke to the king, not to burn the book, and he heard them not. 26 And the king commanded Jerahmeel the son of Amalek, and Saraias the son of Ezrael, and Selemias the son of Abdeel, to take up Baruch the scribe, and Jeremias the prophet, but the Lord hid them. 27 And the word of the Lord came to Jeremias the prophet, after that the king had burnt the volume, and the words that Baruch had written from the mouth of Jeremias, saying, 28 Take thee again another volume, and write in it all the former words that were in the first volume which Joachim the king of Judah hath burnt. 29 And thou shalt say to Joachim the king of Judah, Thus saith the Lord, Thou hast burnt that volume, saying, Why hast thou written therein, and said, The king of Babylon shall come speedily, and shall lay waste this land, and shall cause to cease from thence man and beast? 30 Therefore thus saith the Lord against Joachim the king of Judah, he shall have none to sit upon the throne of David, and his dead body shall be cast out to the heat by day, and to the frost by night. 31 And I will punish him, and his seed and his servants, for their iniquities, and I will bring upon them, and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and upon the men of Judah all the evil that I have pronounced against them, but they have not heard. 32 And Jeremias took another volume, and gave it to Baruch the son of Neriah the scribe, who wrote in it from the mouth of Jeremias all the words of the book which Joachim the king of Judah had burnt with fire, and there were added besides many more words than had been before. Chapter 37 1 Now King Sedecias the son of Josias reigned instead of Jeconias the son of Joachim, whom Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon made king in the land of Judah. 2 But neither he, nor his servants, nor the people of the land did obey the words of the Lord, that he spoke in the hand of Jeremias the prophet. 3 And King Sedecias sent Jehiel the son of Selemias, and Sophonias the son of Majas the priest to Jeremias the prophet, saying, Pray to the Lord our God for us. For now Jeremias walked freely in the midst of the people, for they had not as yet cast him into prison. 5 And the army of Pharaoh was come out of Egypt, and the Chaldeans that besieged Jerusalem, hearing these tidings, departed from Jerusalem. 6 And the word of the Lord came to Jeremias the prophet, saying, 7 Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, Thus shall you say to the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of me, Behold, the army of Pharaoh, which is come forth to help you, shall return into their own land, into Egypt. 8 And the Chaldeans shall come again, and fight against the city, and take it, and burn it with fire. 9 Thus saith the Lord, deceive not your souls, saying, the Chaldeans shall surely depart and go away from us, for they shall not go away. 10 But if you should even beat the army of the Chaldeans that fight against you, and there should be left of them some wounded men, they shall rise up, every man from his tent, and burn this city with R. 11 Now when the army of the Chaldeans was gone away from Jerusalem, because of Pharaoh's army, 12 Jeremiah went forth out of Jerusalem to go into the land of Benjamin, and to divide a possession there in the presence of the citizens. 13 And when he was come to the gate of Benjamin, the captain of the gate, who I was there in his turn, was one named Jerias, the son of Selemias, the son of Hananias, and he took hold of Jeremiah the prophet, saying, Thou art fleeing to the Chaldeans. 14 And Jeremiah answered, It is not so, I am not fleeing to the Chaldeans. But he hearkened not to him, so Jerias took Jeremiah and brought him to the princes. 15 Wherefore the princes were angry with Jeremiah, and they beat him, and cast him into the prison that was in the house of Jonathan the scribe, for he was chief over the prison. 16 So Jeremiah went into the house of the prison, and into the dungeon, and Jeremiah remained there many days. 17 Then Sedecias the king, sending, took him, and asked him secretly in his house, and said, Is there, thinkest thou, any word from the Lord? And Jeremiah said, There is. And he said, Thou shalt be delivered into the hands of the king of Babylon. 18 And Jeremiah said to King Sedecias, In what have I offended against thee, or thy servants, or thy people, that thou hast cast me into prison? 19 Where are your prophets that prophesied to you, and said, The king of Babylon shall not come against you, and against this land? 20 Now therefore hear, I beseech thee, my lord the king, let my petition be accepted in thy sight, and send me not back into the house of Jonathan the scribe, lest I die. 20 Now therefore hear, I beseech thee, my lord the king, let my petition be accepted in thy sight, and send me not back into the house of Jonathan the scribe, lest I die there. 21 Then King Sedecias commanded that Jeremiah should be committed into the entry of the prison, and that they should give him daily a piece of bread, beside broth, till all the bread in the city were spent, and Jeremiah remained in the entry of the prison. Chapter 38 1 Now Sapphatius the son of Muthun, and Gedaliah the son of Phoser, and Jichel the son of Selemias, and Phoser the son of Melchias heard the words that Jeremiah spoke to all the people, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Whosoever shall remain in the city, shall die by the sword, and by famine, and by pestilence, but he that shall go forth to the Chaldeans, shall live, and his life shall be safe, and he shall live. 3 Thus saith the Lord, This city shall surely be delivered into the hand of the army of the king of Babylon, and he shall take it. 4 And the princes said to the king, We beseech thee that this man may be put to death, for on purpose he weakeneth the hands of the men of war, that remain in the city, and the hands of the people, speaking to them according to these words, for this man seeketh not peace to this people, but evil. 5 And King Sedecias said, Behold, he is in your hands, for it is not lawful for the king to deny you anything. 6 Then they took Jeremiah and cast him into the dungeon of Melchias the son of Amalek, which was in the entry of the prison, and they let down Jeremiah by ropes into the dungeon, wherein there was no water, but mire. And Jeremiah sunk into the mire. 7 Now Abdimelech the Ethiopian, an eunuch that was in the king's house, heard that they had put Jeremiah in the dungeon, but the king was sitting in the gate of Benjamin. 8 And Abdimelech went out of the king's house, and spoke to the king, saying, 9 My lord the king, these men have done evil in all that they have done against Jeremiah the prophet, casting him into the dungeon to die there with hunger, for there is no more bread in the city. 10 Then the king commanded Abdimelech the Ethiopian, saying, Take from hence 30 men with thee, and draw up Jeremiah the prophet out of the dungeon, before he die. 11 So Abdimelech taking the men with him, went into the king's house that was under the storehouse, and he took from thence old rags, and old rotten things, and he let them down by cords to Jeremias into the dungeon. 12 And Abdimelech the Ethiopian said to Jeremias, Put these old rags and these rent and rotten things under thy arms, and upon the cords, and Jeremias did so. 13 And they drew up Jeremias with the cords, and brought him forth out of the dungeon. And Jeremias remained in the entry of the prison. 14 And King Sedishaz sent, and took Jeremias the prophet to him to the third gate, that was in the house of the Lord, and the king said to Jeremias, I will ask thee a thing, hide nothing from me. 15 Then Jeremias said to Sedishaz, If I shall declare it to thee, wilt thou not put me to death? And if I give thee counsel, thou wilt not hearken to me. 16 Then King Sedishaz swore to Jeremias, in private, saying, As the Lord liveth, that made us this soul, I will not put thee to death, nor will I deliver thee into the hands of these men that seek thy life. 17 And Jeremias said to Sedishaz, Thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, If thou wilt take a resolution and go out to the princes of the king of Babylon, thy soul shall live, and this city shall not be burnt with fire, and thou shalt be safe, and thy house. 18 But if thou wilt not go out to the princes of the king of Babylon, this city shall be delivered into the hands of the Chaldeans, and they shall burn it with fire, and thou shalt not escape out of their hands. 19 And King Sedishaz said to Jeremias, I am afraid because of the Jews that are fled over to the Chaldeans, lest I should be delivered into their hands, and they should abuse me. 20 But Jeremias answered, They shall not deliver thee, hearken, I beseech thee, to the word of the Lord, which I speak to thee, and it shall be well with thee, and thy soul shall live. 21 But if thou wilt not go forth, this is the word which the Lord hath shown me. 22 Behold, all the women that are left in the house of the king of Judah, shall be brought out to the princes of the king of Babylon, and they shall say, Thy men of peace have deceived thee, and have prevailed against thee, they have plunged thy feet in the mire, and in a slippery place, and they have departed from thee. 23 And all thy wives, and thy children shall be brought out to the Chaldeans, and thou shalt not escape their hands, but thou shalt be taken by the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn the city with fire. 24 Then Sedishaz said to Jeremias, Let no man know these words, and thou shalt not die. 25 But if the princes shall hear that I have spoken with thee, and shall come to thee, and say to thee, Tell us what thou hast said to the king, hide it not from us, and we will not kill thee, and also what the king said to thee. 26 Thou shalt say to them, I presented my supplication before the king, that he would not command me to be carried back into the house of Jonathan, to die there. 27 So all the princes came to Jeremias, and asked him, and he spoke to them according to all the words that the king had commanded him, and they left him, for nothing had been heard. 28 But Jeremias remained in the entry of the prison, until the day that Jerusalem was taken, and it came to pass that Jerusalem was taken. Chapter 39 1 In the 9th year of Sedishaz king of Judah, in the 10th month, came Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and all his army to Jerusalem, and they besieged it. 2 And in the 11th year of Sedishaz, in the 4th month, the 5th day of the month, the city was opened. 3 And all the princes of the king of Babylon came in, and sat in the middle gate, Neregel, Sarezer, Megarnabu, Sarzachim, Rabsares, Neregel, Sarezer, Rebmag, and all the rest of the princes of the king of Babylon. 4 And when Sedishaz the king of Judah and all the men of war saw them, they fled, and they went forth in the night out of the city by the way of the king's garden, and by the gate that was between the two walls, and they went out to the way of the desert. 5 But the army of the Chaldeans pursued after them, and they took Sedishaz in the plain of the desert of Jericho, and when they had taken him, they brought him to Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon to Riblatha, which is in the land of Emath, and he gave judgment upon him. 6 And the king of Babylon slew the sons of Sedishaz, in Riblatha, before his eyes, and the king of Babylon slew all the nobles of Judah. 7 He also put out the eyes of Sedishaz, and bound him with fetters, to be carried to Babylon. 8 And the Chaldeans burnt the king's house, and the houses of the people with fire, and they threw down the wall of Jerusalem. 9 And Nebuzaradan the general of the army carried away captive to Babylon the remnant of the people that remained in the city, and the fugitives that had gone over to him, and the rest of the people that remained. 10 But Nebuzaradan the general left some of the poor people that had nothing at all, in the land of Judah, and he gave them vineyards, and cisterns at that time. 11 Now Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had given charge to Nebuzaradan the general concerning Jeremias, saying, 12 Take him, and set thy eyes upon him, and do him no harm, but as he hath a mind, so do with him. 13 Therefore Nebuzaradan the general sent, and Nebuzaradan, and Rabsaris, and Neregel, and Sarezer, and Rebmag, and all the nobles of the king of Babylon, 14 sent, and took Jeremias out of the court of the prison, and committed him to Godolias the son of Ahikam the son of Shaphan, that he might go home, and dwell among the people. 15 But the word of the Lord came to Jeremias, when he was yet shut up in the court of the prison, saying, Go, and tell Abimelech the Ethiopian, saying, 16 Thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Behold, I will bring my words upon this city unto evil, and not unto good, and they shall be accomplished in thy sight in that day. 17 And I will deliver thee in that day, saith the Lord, and thou shalt not be given into the hands of the men whom thou fearest. 18 But delivering, I will deliver thee, and thou shalt not fall by the sword, but thy life shall be saved for thee, because thou hast put thy trust in me, saith the Lord. Chapter 41 The word that came to Jeremias from the Lord, after that Nebuzaradan the general had let him go from Ramah, when he had taken him, being bound with chains, among all them that were carried away from Jerusalem and Judah, and were carried to Babylon. 2 And the general of the army taking Jeremias, said to him, The Lord thy God hath pronounced this evil upon this place. 3 And he hath brought it, and the Lord hath done as he hath said, because you have sinned against the Lord, and have not hearkened to his voice, and this word is come upon you. 4 Now then behold, I have loosed thee this day from the chains which were upon thy hands. If it please thee to come with me to Babylon, come, and I will set my eyes upon thee, but if it do not please thee to come with me to Babylon, stay here. Behold, all the land is before thee, as thou shalt choose, and whither it shall please thee to go, thither go. 5 And come not with me, but dwell with Godolias the son of Ahikam the son of Shaphan, whom the king of Babylon hath made governor over the cities of Judah. Dwell therefore with him in the midst of the people, or whithersoever it shall please thee to go, go. And the general of the army gave him victuals and presents, and let him go. 6 And Jeremias went to Godolias the son of Ahikam to Masphath, and dwelt with him in the midst of the people that were left in the land. 7 And when all the captains of the army that were scattered through the countries, they and their companions, had heard that the king of Babylon had made Godolias the son of Ahikam governor of the country, and that he had committed unto him men and women and children and of the poor of the land, them that had not been carried away captive to Babylon, 8 They came to Godolias to Masphath, and Ismael the son of Nathanias, and Johanan, and Jonathan, the sons of Kari, and Sarius the son of Thanhumeth, and the children of Ophi, that were of Netophathah, and Jezanias the son of Machadi, they and their men. 9 And Godolias the son of Ahikam the son of Shaphan swore to them and to their companions, saying, Fear not to serve the Chaldees, dwell in the land, and serve the king of Babylon, and it shall be well with you. 10 Behold, I dwell in Masphath, that I may answer the commandment of the Chaldeans that are sent to us, but as for you, gather ye the vintage, and the harvest, and the oil, and lay it up in your vessels, and abide in your cities which you hold. 11 Moreover all the Jews that were in Moab, and among the children of Ammon, and in Edom, and in all the countries, when they heard that the king of Babylon had left a remnant in Judea, and that he had made Godolias the son of Ahikam the son of Shaphan ruler over them, 12 All the Jews, I say, returned out of all the places to which they had fled, and they came into the land of Judah to Godolias to Masphath, and they gathered wine, and a very great harvest. 13 Then Johanan the son of Kari, and all the captains of the army, that had been scattered about in the countries, came to Godolias to Masphath. 14 And they said to him, Know that Baalis the king of the children of Ammon hath sent Ismael the son of Nathanias to kill thee. And Godolias the son of Ahikam believed them not. 15 But Johanan the son of Kari, spoke to Adolias privately in Masphath, saying, I will go, and I will kill Ismael the son of Nathanias, and no man shall know it, lest he kill thee, and all the Jews be scattered, that are gathered unto thee, and the remnant of Judah perish. 16 And Godolias the son of Ahikam said to Johanan the son of Kares, Do not this thing, for what thou sayest of Ismael is false. Chapter 41 1 And it came to pass in the 7th month, that Ismael the son of Nathanias, the son of Elizamah of the royal blood, and the nobles of the king, and 10 men with him, came to Godolias the son of Ahikam into Masphath, and they ate bread there together in Masphath. 2 And Ismael the son of Nathanias arose, and the 10 men that were with him, and they struck Godolias the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan with the sword, and slew him whom the king of Babylon had made governor over the land. 3 Ismael slew also all the Jews that were with Godolias in Masphath, and 3 Ismael slew also all the Jews that were with Godolias in Masphath, and the Chaldeans that were found there, and the soldiers. 4 And on the 2nd day after he had killed Godolias, no man yet knowing it, 5 There came some from Sichem, and from Silo, and from Samaria, 80 men, with their beards shaven, and their clothes rent, and mourning, and they had offerings and incense in their hand, to offer in the house of the Lord. 6 And Ismael the son of Nathanias went forth from Masphath to meet them, weeping all along as he went, and when he had met them, he said to them, Come to Godolias, the son of Ahikam. 7 And when they were come to the midst of the city, Ismael the son of Nathanias, slew them, and cast them into the midst of the pit, he and the men that were with him. 8 But 10 men were found among them, that said to Ismael, Kill us not, for we have stores in the field, of wheat, and barley, and oil, and honey. And he forbore, and slew them not with their brethren. 9 And the pit into which Ismael cast all the dead bodies of the men whom he slew because of Godolias, is the same that King Asa made, for fear of Baasha the king of Israel, the same did Ismael the son of Nathanias fill with them that were slain. 10 Then Ismael carried away captive all the remnant of the people that were in Masphath, the king's daughters, and all the people that remained in Masphath, whom Nebuzaradan the general of the army had committed to Godolias the son of Ahikam. And Ismael the son of Nathanias took them, and he departed, to go over to the children of Ammon. 11 But Johanan the son of Kari, and all the captains of the fighting men that were with him, heard of the evil that Ismael the son of Nathanias had done. 12 And taking all the men, they went out to fight against Ismael the son of Nathanias, and they found him by the great waters that are in Gibeon. 13 And when all the people that were with Ismael, had seen Johanan the son of Kari, and all the captains of the fighting men that were with him, they rejoiced. 14 And all the people whom Ismael had taken, went back to Masphath, and they returned and went to Johanan the son of Kari. 15 But Ismael the son of Nathanias fled with 8 men, from the face of Johanan, and went to the children of Ammon. 16 Then Johanan the son of Kari, and all the captains of the soldiers that were with him, took all the remnant of the people whom they had recovered from Ismael the son of Nathanias, from Masphath, after that he had slain Godolias the son of Ahikam, valiant men for war, and the women, and the children, and the eunuchs, whom he had brought back from Gibeon. 17 And they departed, and sat as sojourners in Kamam, which is near Bethlehem, in order to go forward, and enter into Egypt. 18 From the face of the Chaldeans, for they were afraid of them, because Ismael the son of Nathanias had slain Godolias the son of Ahikam, whom the king of Babylon had made governor in the land of Judah. Chapter 42 1 Then all the captains of the warriors, and Johanan the son of Kari, and Jezanias the son of Ozias, and the rest of the people from the least to the greatest came near, 2 And they said to Jeremias the prophet, Let our supplication fall before thee, and pray thou for us to the Lord thy God for all this remnant, for we are left but a few of many, as thy eyes do behold us. 3 And let the Lord thy God shew us the way by which we may walk, and the thing that we must do. 4 And Jeremias the prophet said to them, I have heard you, behold I will pray to the Lord your God according to your words, and whatsoever thing he shall answer me, I will declare it to you, and I will hide nothing from you. 5 And they said to Jeremias, The Lord be witness between us of truth and faithfulness, if we do not according to everything for which the Lord thy God shall send thee to us. 6 Whether it be good or evil, we will obey the voice of the Lord our God, to whom we send thee, that it may be well with us when we shall hearken to the voice of the Lord our God. 7 Now after 10 days, the word of the Lord came to Jeremias. 8 And he called Johanan the son of Kari, and all the captains of the fighting men that were with him, and all the people from the least to the greatest. 9 And he said to them, Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, to whom you sent me, to present your supplications before him. 10 If you will be quiet and remain in this land, I will build you up, and not pull you down, I will plane you, and not pluck you up, for now I am appeased for the evil that I have done to you. 11 Fear not because of the king of Babylon, of whom you are greatly afraid, fear him not, saith the Lord, for I am with you, to save you, and to deliver you from his hand. 12 And I will shew mercies to you, and will take pity on you, and will cause you to dwell in your own land. 13 But if you say, We will not dwell in this end, neither will we hearken to the voice of the Lord our God, 14 Saying, No, but we will go into the land of Egypt, where we shall see no war, nor hear the sound of the trumpet, nor suffer hunger, and there we will dwell. 15 For this now hear the word of the Lord, ye remnant of Judah, thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, if you set your faces to go into Egypt, and enter in to dwell there, 16 The sword which you fear, shall overtake you there in the land of Egypt, and the famine, whereof you are afraid, shall cleave to you in Egypt, and there you shall die. 17 And all the men that set their faces to go into Egypt, to dwell there, shall die by the sword, and by famine, and by pestilence, none of them shall remain, nor escape from the face of the evil that I will bring upon them. 18 For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, as my anger and my indignation hath been kindled against the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so shall my indignation be kindled against you, when you shall enter into Egypt, and you shall be an execration, and an astonishment, and a curse, and a reproach, and you shall see this place no more. 19 This is the word of the Lord concerning you, O ye remnant of Judah, go ye not into Egypt, know certainly that I have adjured you this day. 20 For you have deceived your own souls, for you sent me to the Lord our God, saying, Pray for us to the Lord our God, and according to all that the Lord our God shall say to thee, so declare unto us, and we will do it. 21 And now I have declared it to you this day, and you have not. 21 And now I have declared it to you this day, and you have not obeyed the voice of the Lord your God, with regard to all the things for which he hath sent me to you. 22 Now therefore know certainly that you shall die by the sword, and by famine, and by pestilence in the place to which you desire to go to dwell there. Chapter 43 1 And it came to pass, that when Jeremias had made an end of speaking to the people all the words of the Lord their God, for which the Lord their God had sent him to them, all these words, to Azarias the son of Ozias, and Johanan the son of Kari, and all the proud men, made answer, saying to Jeremias, Thou tellest a lie, the Lord our God hath not sent thee, saying, Go not into Egypt, to dwell there. 3 But Barak the son of Nereus setteth thee on against us, to deliver us into the hands of the Chaldeans, to kill us, and to cause us to be carried away captives to Babylon. 4 So Johanan the son of Kari, and all the captains of the soldiers, and all the people, obeyed not the voice of the Lord, to remain in the land of Judah. 5 But Johanan the son of Kari, and all the captains of the soldiers took all the remnant of Judah, that were returned out of all nations, to which they had before been scattered, to dwell in the land of Judah, 6 men, and women, and children, and the king's daughters, and every soul, which Nebuzaradan the general had left with Godolias the son of Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Jeremias the prophet, and Baruch the son of Nerias. 7 And they went into the land of Egypt, for they obeyed not the voice of the Lord, and they came as far as Taphnis. 8 And the word of the Lord came to Jeremias in Taphnis, saying, 9 Take great stones in thy hand, and thou shalt hide them in the vault that is under the brick wall at the gate of Pharaoh's house in Taphnis, in the sight of the men of Judah. 10 And thou shalt say to them, Thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Behold, I will send, and take Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon my servant, and I will set his throne over these stones which I have hid, and he shall set his throne over them. 11 And he shall come and strike the land of Egypt, such as are for death, to death, and such as are for captivity, to captivity, and such as are for the sword, to the sword. 12 And he shall kindle a fire in the temples of the gods of Egypt, and he shall burn them, and he shall carry them away captives, and he shall array himself with the land of Egypt, as a shepherd putteth on his garment, and he shall go forth from thence in peace. 13 And he shall break the statues of the house of the sun, that are in the land of Egypt, and the temples of the gods of Egypt he shall burn with fire. Chapter 44 1 The word that came to Jeremias, concerning all the Jews that dwelt in the land of Egypt, dwelling in Magdal, and in Taphnis, and in Memphis, and in the land of Phat-Urs, saying, 2 Thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, You have seen all this evil that I have brought upon Jerusalem, and upon all the cities of Judah, and behold they are desolate this day, and there is not an inhabitant in them. 3 Because of the wickedness which they have committed, to provoke me to wrath, and to go and offer sacrifice, and worship other gods, which neither they, nor you, nor your fathers knew. 4 And I sent to you all my servants the prophets, rising early, and sending, and saying, Do not commit this abominable thing, which I hate. 5 But they heard not, nor inclined their ear to turn from their evil ways, and not to sacrifice to strange gods. 6 Wherefore my indignation and my fury was poured forth, and was kindled in the cities of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem, and they are turned to desolation and waste, as at this day. 7 And now thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Why do you commit this great evil against your own souls, that there should die of you man and woman, child, and suckling out of the midst of Judah, and no remnant should be left you? 8 In that you provoke me to wrath with the works of your hands, by sacrificing to other gods in the land of Egypt, into which you are come to dwell there, and that you should perish, and be a curse, and a reproach to all the nations of the earth. 9 Have you forgotten the evils of your fathers, and the evils of the kings of Judah, and the evils of their wives, and your evils, and the evils of your wives, that they have done in the land of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem? 10 They are not cleansed even to this day, neither have they feared, nor walked in the law of the Lord, nor in my commandments, which I set before you and your fathers. 11 Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Behold, I will set my face upon you for evil, and I will destroy all Judah. 12 And I will take the remnant of Judah that have set their faces to go into the land of Egypt, and to dwell there, and they shall be all consumed in the land of Egypt. They shall fall by the sword, and by the famine, and they shall be consumed from the least even to the greatest, by the sword, and by the famine shall they die, and they shall be for an execration, and for a wonder, and for a curse, and for a reproach. 13 And I will visit them that dwell in the land of Egypt, as I have visited Jerusalem by the sword, and by famine, and by pestilence. 14 And there shall be none that shall escape, and remain of the remnant of the Jews that are gone to sojourn in the land of Egypt, and that shall return into the land of Judah, to which they have a desire to return to dwell there shall none return but they that shall flee. 15 Then all the men that knew that their wives sacrificed to other gods, and all the women of whom there stood by a great multitude, and all the people of them that dwelt in the land of Egypt in Phat-Urs, answered Jeremias, saying, 16 As for the word which thou hast spoken to us in the name of the Lord, we will not hearken to thee. 17 But we will certainly do every word that shall proceed out of our own mouth, to sacrifice to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings to her, as we and our fathers have done, our kings, and our princes in the cities of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem, and we were filled with bread, and it was well with us, and we saw no evil. 18 But since we left off to offer sacrifice to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings to her, we have wanted all things, and have been consumed by the sword. And 18 But since we left off to offer sacrifice to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings to her, we have wanted all things, and have been consumed by the sword, and by famine. 19 And if we offer sacrifice to the Queen of Heaven, and pour out drink offerings to her, did we make cakes to worship her, to pour out drink offerings to her, without our husbands? 20 And Jeremiah spoke to all the people, to the men, and to the women, and to all the people which had given him that answer, saying, 21 Was it not the sacrifice that you offered in the cities of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem, you and our fathers, your kings, and your princes, and the people of the land, which the Lord hath remembered, and hath it not entered into his heart? 22 So that the Lord could no longer bear, because of the evil of your doings, and because of the abominations which you have committed, therefore your land is become a desolation, and an astonishment, and a curse, without an inhabitant, as at this day. 23 Because you have sacrificed to idols, and have sinned against the Lord, and have not obeyed the voice of the Lord, and have not walked in his law, and in his commandments, and in his testimonies, therefore are these evils come upon you, as at this day. 24 And Jeremiah said to all the people, and to all the women, Hear ye the word of the Lord, all Judah, you that dwell in the land of Egypt. 25 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, saying, You and your wives have spoken with your mouth, and fulfilled with your hands, saying, Let us perform our vows which we have made, to offer sacrifice to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings to her. You have fulfilled your vows, and have performed them indeed. 26 Therefore hear ye the word of the Lord, all Judah, you that dwell in the land of Egypt. Behold, I have sworn by my great name, saith the Lord, that my name shall no more be named in the mouth of any man of Judah, in the land of Egypt, saying, The Lord God liveth. 27 Behold, I will watch over them for evil, and not for good, and all the men of Judah that are in the land of Egypt, shall be consumed, by the sword, and by famine, till there be an end of them. 28 And a few men that shall flee from the sword, shall return out of the land of Egypt into the land of Judah, and all the remnant of Judah that are gone into the land of Egypt to dwell there, shall know whose word shall stand, mine, or theirs. 29 And this shall be a sign to you, saith the Lord, that I will punish you in this place, that you may know that my words shall be accomplished indeed against you for evil. 30 Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will deliver Pharaoh Ephri king of Egypt into the hand of his enemies, and into the hand of them that seek his life, as I delivered Sedishaz king of Judah into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon his enemy, and that sought his life. Chapter 45 1 The word that Jeremiah the prophet spoke to Baruch the son of Neriah, when he had written their words in a book, out of the mouth of Jeremiah, in the 4th year of Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah, saying, 2 Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel to thee, Baruch. 3 Thou hast said, Woe is me, wretch that I am, for the Lord hath added sorrow to my sorrow, I am wearied with my groans, and I find no rest. 4 Thus saith the Lord, Thus shalt thou say to him, Behold, them whom I have built, I do destroy, and them whom I have planted, I do pluck up, and all this land. 5 And dost thou seek great things for thyself? Seek not, for behold I will bring evil upon all flesh, saith the Lord. But I will give thee thy life, and save thee in all places whithersoever thou shalt go. Chapter 46 1 The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah the prophet against the Gentiles, 2 Against Egypt, against the army of Pharaoh Necho king of Egypt, which was by the river Euphrates in Charchames, whom Nabuchodonosor the king of Babylon defeated, in the 4th year of Joachim the son of Josias king of Judah. 3. Prepare ye the shield and buckler, and go forth to battle. 4. Harness the horses, and get up, ye horsemen, stand forth with helmets, furbish the spears, put on coats of mail. 5. What then? I have seen them dismayed, and turning their backs, their valiant ones slain, they fled apace, and they looked not back, terror was round about, saith the Lord. 6. Let not the swift flee away, nor the strong think to escape, they are overthrown, and fallen down, towards the north by the river Euphrates. 7. Who is this that cometh up as a flood, and his streams swell like those of rivers? 8. Egypt riseth up like a hood, and the waves thereof shall be moved as rivers, and he shall say, I will go up and will cover the earth, I will destroy the city, and its inhabitants. 9. Get ye up on horses, and glory in chariots, and let the valiant men come forth, the Ethiopians, and the Libyans that hold the shield, and the Lydians that take, and shoot arrows. 10. For this is the day of the Lord the God of hosts, a day of vengeance, that he may revenge himself of his enemies, the sword shall devour, and shall be filled, and shall be drunk with their blood, for there is a sacrifice of the Lord God of hosts in the north country, by the river Euphrates. 11. Go up into Galad, and take balm, O virgin daughter of Egypt, in vain dost thou multiply medicines, there shall be no cure for thee. 12. The nations have heard of thy disgrace, and thy howling hath filled the land, for the strong hath stumbled against the strong, and both are fallen together. 13. The word that the Lord spoke to Jeremias the prophet, how Nabuchodonosor king of Babylon should come and strike the land of Egypt. 14. Declare ye to Egypt, and publish it in Magdal, and let it be known in Memphis, and in Taphnis, say ye, stand up, and prepare thyself, for the sword shall devour all round about thee. 15. Why are thy valiant men come to nothing? They stood not, because the Lord hath overthrown them. 16. He hath multiplied them that fall, and one hath fallen upon another, and they shall say, Arise, and let us return to our own people, and to the land our nativity, from the sword of the dove. 17. Call ye the name of Pharaoh king Egypt, a tumult time hath brought. 18. As I live, saith the king, whose name is the Lord of hosts, as Thabor is among the mountains, and as Carmel by the sea, so shall he come. 19. Furnish thyself to go into captivity, thou daughter inhabitant of Egypt. 19. Furnish thyself to go into captivity, thou daughter inhabitant of Egypt, for Memphis shall be made desolate, and shall be forsaken and uninhabited. 20. Egypt is like a fair and beautiful heifer, there shall come from the north one that shall goad her. 21. Her hirelings also that lived in the midst of her, like fat calves are turned back, and are fled away together, and they could not stand, for the day of their slaughter is come upon them, the time of their visitation. 22. Her voice shall sound like brass, for they shall hasten with an army, and with axes they shall come against her, as hewers of wood. 23. They have cut down her forest, saith the Lord, which cannot be counted, they are multiplied above locusts, and are without number. 24. The daughter of Egypt is confounded, and delivered into the hand of the people of the north. 25. The Lord of hosts the God of Israel hath said, Behold, I will visit upon the tumult of Alexandria, and upon Pharaoh, and upon Egypt, and upon her gods, and upon her kings, and upon Pharaoh, upon them that trust in him. 26. And I will deliver them into the hand of them that seek their lives, into the hand of Nabuchodonosor king of Babylon, and into the hand of his servants, and afterwards it shall be inhabited, as in the days of old, saith the Lord. 27. And thou my servant Jacob, fear not and be not thou dismayed, O Israel, for behold I will save thee from afar off, and thy seed out of the end of thy captivity, and Jacob shall return and be at rest, and prosper, and there shall be none to terrify him. 28. And thou, my servant Jacob, fear not, saith the Lord, because I am with thee, For I will consume all the nations to which I have cast thee out, but thee I will not consume, but I will correct thee in judgment, neither will I spare thee as if thou wert innocent. Chapter 47 1 The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah the prophet against the people of Palestine, before Pharaoh took Gaza. 2 Thus saith the Lord, Behold, there come up waters out of the north, and they shall be as an overflowing torrent, and they shall cover the land, and all that is therein, the city and the inhabitants thereof. Then the men shall cry, and all the inhabitants of the land shall howl. 3 At the noise of the marching of arms, and of his soldiers, at the rushing of his chariots, and the multitude of his wheels. The fathers have not looked back to the children, for feebleness of hands, for because of the coming of the day, in which all the Philistines shall be laid waste, and Tyre and Sidon shall be destroyed, with all the rest of their helpers. For the Lord hath wasted the Philistines, the remnant of the isle of Cappadocia. 5 Baldness is come upon Gaza, Ascalon hath held her peace with the remnant of their valley. How long shalt thou cut thyself? 6 O thou sword of the Lord, how long wilt thou not be quiet? Go into thy scabbard, rest, and be still. 7 How shall it be quiet, when the Lord hath given it a charge against Ascalon, and against the countries thereof by the seaside, and there hath made an appointment for it? Chapter 48 1 Against Moab. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Woe to Nebo, for it is laid waste, and confounded, Kiriathaim is taken, the strong city is confounded and hath trembled. 2 There is no more rejoicing in Moab over Hezebon, they have devised evil. Come, and let us cut it off from being a nation. Therefore shalt thou in silence hold thy peace, and the sword shall follow thee. 3 A voice of crying from Oronaim, waste, and great destruction. 4 Moab is destroyed, proclaim a cry for her little ones. 5 For by the ascent of Luth shall the mourner go up with weeping, for in the descent of Oronaim the enemies have heard a howling of destruction. 6 Flee, save your lives, and be as heath in the wilderness. 7 For because thou hast trusted in thy bulwarks, and in thy treasures, thou also shalt be taken, and Chamos shall go into captivity, his priests and his princes together. 8 And the spoiler shall come upon every city, and no city shall escape, and the valleys shall perish, and the plains shall be destroyed, for the Lord hath spoken. 9 Give a flower to Moab, for in its flower it shall go out, and the cities thereof shall be desolate, and uninhabited. 10 Cursed be he that doth the work of the Lord deceitfully, and cursed be he that withholdeth his sword from blood. 11 Moab hath been fruitful from his youth, and hath rested upon his lees, and hath not been poured out from vessel to vessel, nor hath gone into captivity, therefore his taste hath remained in him, and his scent is not changed. 12 Therefore behold, the days come, saith the Lord, and I will send him men that shall order and overturn his bottles, and they shall cast him down, and shall empty his vessels, and break their bottles one against another. 13 And Moab shall be ashamed of Chamos, as the house of Israel was ashamed of Bethel, in which they trusted. 14 How do you say, we are valiant, and stout men in battle? 15 Moab is laid waste, and they have cast down her cities, and her choice young men are gone down to the slaughter, saith the King, whose name is the Lord of hosts. 16 The destruction of Moab is near to come, the calamity thereof shall come on exceeding swiftly. 17 Comfort him, all you that are round about him, and all you that know his name, say, how is the strong staff broken, the beautiful rod? 18 Come down from thy glory, and sit in thirst, O dwelling of the daughter of Dibon, because the spoiler of Moab is come up to thee, he hath destroyed thy bulwarks. 19 Stand in the way and look out, O habitation of Aroer, inquire of him that fleet, and say to him that hath escaped, what is done? 20 Moab is confounded, because he is overthrown, howl ye, and cry, tell ye it in Amen, that Moab is wasted. 21 And judgment is come upon the plain country, upon Helen, and upon Jasa, and upon Mephath. 22 And upon Dibon, and upon Nebo, and upon the house of Diblathaim, 23 and upon Kiriathaim, and upon Beth Gamel, and upon Bethmon, 24 and upon Kerioth, and upon Bozrah, and upon all the cities of the land of Moab, far or near. 25 The horn of Moab is cut off, and his arm is broken, saith the Lord. 26 Make him drunk, because he lifted up himself against the Lord, and Moab. 26 Make him drunk, because he lifted up himself against the Lord, and Moab shall dash his hand in his own vomit, and he also shall be in derision. 27 For Israel hath been a derision unto thee, as though thou hadst found him amongst thieves, for thy words therefore, which thou hast spoken against him, thou shalt be led away captive. 28 Leave the cities, and dwell in the rock, you that dwell in Moab, and be ye like the dove that maketh her nest in the mouth of the hole in the highest place. 29 We have heard the pride of Moab, he is exceeding proud, his haughtiness, and his arrogancy, and his pride, and the loftiness of his heart. 30 I know, saith the Lord, his boasting, and that the strength thereof is not according to it, neither hath it endeavored to do according as it was able. 31 Therefore will I lament for Moab, and I will cry out to all Moab, for the men of the brick wall that mourn. 32 O vineyard of Sabama, I will weep for thee, with the mourning of Jazer, thy branches are gone over the sea, they are come even to the sea of Jazer, the robber hath rushed in upon thy harvest and thy vintage. 33 Joy and gladness is taken away from Carmel, and from the land of Moab, and I have taken away the wine out of the presses, the treader of the grapes shall not sing the accustomed cheerful tune. 34 From the cry of Hezebon even to Eliel, and to Jasa, they have uttered their voice, from Segar to Oronaim, as a heifer of 3 years old, the waters also of Nemrim shall be very bad. 35 And I will take away from Moab, saith the Lord, him that offereth in the high places, and that sacrificeth to his gods. 36 Therefore my heart shall sound for Moab like pipes, and my heart a sound like pipes for the men of the brick wall, because he hath done more than he could, therefore they have perished. 37 For every head shall be bald, and every beard shall be shaven, all hands shall be tied together, and upon every back there shall be haircloth. 38 Upon all the housetops of Moab, and in the streets thereof general mourning, because I have broken Moab as an useless vessel, saith the Lord. 39 How is it overthrown, and they have howled? How hath Moab bowed down the neck, and is confounded? And Moab shall be a derision, and an example to all round about him. 40 Thus saith the Lord, behold he shall fly as an eagle, and shall stretch forth his wings to Moab. 41 Kerioth is taken, and the strongholds are won, and the heart of the valiant men of Moab in that day shall be as the heart of a woman in labor. 42 And Moab shall cease to be a people, because he hath gloried against the Lord. 43 Fear, and the pit, and the snare come upon thee, O inhabitant of Moab, saith the Lord. 44 He that shall flee from the fear, shall fall into the pit, and he that shall get up out of the pit, shall be taken in the snare, for I will bring upon Moab the year of their visitation, saith the Lord. 45 They that fled from the snare stood in the shadow of Hezebon, but there came a fire out of Kezebon, and a flame out of the midst of Sin, and it shall devour part of Moab, and the crown of the head of the children of tumult. 46 Woe to thee, Moab, thou hast perished, O people of Chamos, for thy sons, and thy daughters are taken captives. 47 And I will bring back the captivity of Moab in the last days, saith the Lord. Hitherto the judgments of Moab. Chapter 49 One against the children of Ammon. Thus saith the Lord, hath Israel no sons? Or hath he no heir? Why then hath Melcom inherited Gad, and his people dwelt in his cities? 2 Therefore behold the days come, saith the Lord, and I will cause the noise of war to be heard in Rabbath of the children of Ammon, and it shall be destroyed into a heap, and her daughters shall be burnt with fire, and Israel shall possess them that have possessed him, saith the Lord. 3 Howl, O Hezebon, for Hai is wasted. Cry, ye daughters of Rabbath, gird yourselves with haircloth, mourn and go about by the hedges, for Melcham shall be carried into captivity, his priests and his princes together. For why gloriest thou in the valleys? Thy valley hath flowed away, O delicate daughter, that hast trusted in thy treasures, and hast said, Who shall come to me? 5 Behold, I will bring a fear upon thee, saith the Lord God of hosts, from all that are round about thee, and you shall be scattered every one out of one another's sight, neither shall there be any to gather together them that flee. 6 And afterwards I will cause the captives of the children of Ammon to return, saith the Lord. 7 Against Edom. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, is wisdom no more in Theman? Counsel is perished from her children, their wisdom is become unprofitable. 8 Flee and turn your backs, go down into the deep hole, ye inhabitants of Dedan, for I have brought the destruction of Esau upon him, the time of his visitation. 9 If grape gatherers had come to thee, would they not have left a bunch? If thieves in the night, they would have taken what was enough for them. 10 But I have made Esau bare, I have revealed his secrets, and he cannot be hid, his seed is laid waste, and his brethren, and his neighbors, and he shall not be. 11 Leave thy fatherless children, I will make them live, and thy widows shall hope in me. 12 For thus saith the Lord, behold, they whose judgment was not to drink of the cup, shall certainly drink, and shalt thou come off as innocent? Thou shalt not come off as innocent, but drinking thou shalt drink. 13 For I have sworn by myself, saith the Lord, that Bozrah shall become a desolation, and a reproach, and a desert, and a curse, and all her cities shall be everlasting wastes. 14 I have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent to the nations, gather yourselves together, and come against her, and let us rise up to battle. 15 For behold, I have made thee a little one among the nations, despicable among men. 16 Thy arrogancy hath deceived thee, and the pride of thy heart, O thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, and endeavourest to lay hold on the height of the hill, but though thou shouldst make thy nest as high as an eagle, I will bring thee down from thence, saith the Lord. 17 And Edom shall be desolate, every one that shall pass by it, shall be astonished, and shall hiss at all its plagues. 18 As Sodom was overthrown and Gomorrah, and the neighbors thereof, saith the Lord, there shall not a man. 18 As Sodom was overthrown and Gomorrah, and the neighbors thereof, saith the Lord, there shall not a man dwell there, and there shall no son of man inhabit it. 19 Behold, one shall come up as a lion from the swelling of the Jordan, against the strong and beautiful, for I will make him run suddenly upon her, and who shall be the chosen one whom I may appoint over her? For who is like to M? And who shall abide me? And who is that shepherd that can withstand my countenance? 20 Therefore hear ye the counsel of the Lord, which he hath taken concerning Edom, and his thoughts which he hath thought concerning the inhabitants of Theman. Surely the little ones of the flock shall cast them down, of a truth they shall destroy them with their habitation. 21 The earth is moved at the noise of their fall, the cry of their voice is heard in the Red Sea. 22 Behold, he shall come up as an eagle, and fly, and he shall spread his wings over Bozrah, and in that day the heart of the valiant ones of Edom shall be as the heart of a woman in labor. 23 Against Damascus. Emoth is confounded and Arphad, for they have heard very bad tidings, they are troubled as in the sea, through care they could not rest. 24 Damascus is undone, she is put to flight, trembling hath seized on her, anguish and sorrows have taken her as a woman in labor. 25 How have they forsaken the city of renown, the city of joy? 26 Therefore her young men shall fall in her streets, and all the men of war shall be silent in that day, saith the Lord of hosts. 27 And I will kindle a fire in the wall of Damascus, rind it shall devour the strongholds of Ben-Hadad. 28 Against Cedar and against the kingdoms of Azur, which Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon destroyed. Thus saith the Lord, Arise, and go ye up to Cedar, and waste the children of the east. 29 They shall take their tents, and their flocks, and shall carry off for themselves their curtains, and all their vessels, and their camels, and they shall call fear upon them round about. 30 Flee ye, get away speedily, sit in deep holes, you that inhabit Ashur, saith the Lord, for Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon hath taken counsel against you, and hath conceived designs against you. 31 Arise, and sow up to a nation that is at ease, and that dwelleth securely, saith the Lord, they have neither gates, nor bars, they dwell alone. 32 And their camels shall be for a spoil, and the multitude of their cattle for a booty, and I will scatter into every wind them that have their hair cut round, and I will bring destruction upon them from all their confines, saith the Lord. 33 And Azar shall be a habitation for dragons, desolate forever, no man shall abide there, nor son of man inhabit it. 34 The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah the prophet against Elam, in the beginning of the reign of Sedishaz king of Judah, saying, 35 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Behold, I will break the bow of Elam, and their chief strength. 36 And I will bring upon Elam the four winds from the four quarters of heaven, and I will scatter them into all these winds, and there shall be no nation, to which the fugitives of Elam shall not come. 37 And I will cause Elam to be afraid before their enemies, and in the sight of them that seek their life, and I will bring evil upon them, my fierce wrath, saith the Lord, and will send the sword after them, till I consume them. 38 And I will set my throne in Elam, and destroy kings and princes from thence, saith the Lord. 39 But in the latter days I will cause the captives of Elam to return, saith the Lord. Chapter 51 The word that the Lord hath spoken against Babylon, and against the land of the Chaldeans in the hand of Jeremiah the prophet. To declare yea among the nations, and publish it, lift up a standard, proclaim, and conceal it not, say, Babylon is taken, Bel is confounded, Merodach is overthrown, their graven things are confounded, their idols are overthrown. 3 For a nation is come up against her out of the north, which shall make her land desolate, and there shall be none to dwell therein, from man even to beast, yea they are removed, and gone away. 4 In those days, and at that time, saith the Lord, the children of Israel shall come, they and the children of Judah together, going and weeping they shall make haste, and shall seek the Lord their God. 5 They shall ask the way to Zion, their faces are hitherward. They shall come, and shall be joined to the Lord by an everlasting covenant, which shall never be forgotten. 6 My people have been a lost flock, their shepherds have caused them to go astray, and have made them wander in the mountains, they have gone from mountain to hill, they have forgotten their resting place. 7 All that found them, have devoured them, and their enemies said, We have not sinned in so doing, because they have sinned against the Lord the beauty of justice, and against the Lord the hope of their fathers. 8 Remove out of the midst of Babylon, and go forth out of the land of the Chaldeans, and be ye as kids at the head of the flock. 9 For behold I raise up, and will bring against Babylon an assembly of great nations from the land of the north, and they shall be prepared against her, and from thence she shall be taken, their arrows, like those of a mighty man, a destroyer, shall not return in vain. 10 And Chaldea shall be made a prey, all that waste her shall be filled, saith the Lord. 11 Because you rejoice, and speak great things, pillaging my inheritance, because you are spread abroad as calves upon the grass, and have bellowed as bulls. 12 Your mother is confounded exceedingly, and she that bore you is made even with the dust, behold she shall be the last among the nations, a wilderness unpassable, and dry. 13 Because of the wrath of the Lord it shall not be inhabited, but shall be wholly desolate, every one that shall pass by Babylon, shall be astonished, and hiss at all her plagues. 14 Prepare yourselves against Babylon round about, all you that bend the bow, fight against her, spare not arrows, because she hath sinned against the Lord. 15 Shout against her, she hath everywhere given her hand, her foundations are fallen, her walls are thrown down, for it is the vengeance of the Lord. Take vengeance upon her, as she hath done, so do to her. 16 Destroy the sower out of Babylon, and him that holdeth. 16 Destroy the sower out of Babylon, and him that holdeth the sickle in the time of harvest, for fear of the sword of the dove every man shall return to his people, and every one shall flee to his own land. 17 Israel is a scattered flock, the lions have driven him away, first the king of Assyria devoured him, and last this Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon hath broken his bones. 18 Therefore thus saith the Lord of hosts the God of Israel, Behold, I will visit the king of Babylon and his land, as I have visited the king of Assyria. 19 And I will bring Israel again to his habitation, and he shall feed on Carmel and Basan, and his soul shall be satisfied in Mount Ephraim, and Galad. 20 In those days, and at that time, saith the Lord, the iniquity of Israel shall be sought for, and there shall be none, and the sin of Judah, and there shall none be found, for I will be merciful to them, whom I shall leave. 21 Go up against the land of the rulers, and punish the inhabitants thereof, waste, and destroy all behind them, saith the Lord, and do according to all that I have commanded thee. 22 A noise of war in the land, and a great destruction. 23 How is the hammer of the whole earth broken, and destroyed? How is Babylon turned into a desert among the nations? 24 I have caused thee to fall into a snare, and thou art taken, O Babylon, and thou wast not aware of it, thou art found and caught, because thou hast provoked the Lord. 25 The Lord hath opened his armory, and hath brought forth the weapons of his wrath, for the Lord the God of hosts hath a work to be done in the land of the Chaldeans. 26 Come ye against her from the uttermost borders, open that they may go forth that shall tread her down, take the stones out of the way, and make heaps, and destroy her, and let nothing of her be left. 27 Destroy all her valiant men, let them go down to the slaughter, woe to them, for their day is come, the time of their visitation. 28 The voice of them that flee, and of them that have escaped out of the land of Babylon, to declare in Zion the revenge of the Lord our God, the revenge of his temple. 29 Declare to many against Babylon, to all that bend the bow, stand together against her round about, and let no's escape, pay her according to her work, according to all that she hath done, do yet to her, for she hath lifted up herself against the Lord, against the Holy One of Israel. 30 Therefore shall her young men fall in her streets, and all her men of war shall hold their peace in that day, saith the Lord. 31 Behold, I come against thee, O proud one, saith the Lord the God of hosts, for thy day is come, the time of thy visitation. 32 And the proud one shall fall, he shall fall down, and there shall be none to lift him up, and I will kindle a fire in his cities, and it shall devour all round about him. 33 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel, and the children of Judah are oppressed together, all that have taken them captives, hold them fast, they will not let them go. 34 Their Redeemer is strong, the Lord of hosts is his name, he will defend their cause in judgment, to terrify the land, and to disquiet the inhabitants of Babylon. 35 A sword is upon the Chaldeans, saith the Lord, and upon the inhabitants of Babylon, and upon her princes, and upon her wise men. 36 A sword upon her diviners, and they shall be foolish, a sword upon her valiant ones, and they shall be dismayed. 37 A sword upon their horses, and upon their chariots, and upon all the people that are in the midst of her, and they shall become as women, a sword upon her treasures, and they shall be made a spoil. 38 A drought upon her waters, and they shall be dried up, because it is a land of idols, and they glory in monstrous things. 39 Therefore shall dragons dwell there with the fig fawns, and ostriches shall dwell therein, and it shall be no more inhabited forever, neither shall it be built up from generation to generation. 40 As the Lord overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah, and their neighbor cities, saith the Lord, no man shall dwell there, neither shall the Son of Man inhabit it. 41 Behold, a people cometh from the north, and a great nation, and many kings shall rise from the ends of the earth. 42 They shall take the bow and the shield, they are cruel and unmerciful, their voice shall roar like the sea, and they shall ride upon horses, like a man prepared for battle against thee, O daughter of Babylon. 43 The king of Babylon hath heard the report of them, and his hands are grown feeble, anguish hath taken hold of him, pangs as a woman in labor. 44 Behold, he shall come up like a lion from the swelling of the Jordan to the strong and beautiful, for I will make him run suddenly upon her, and who shall be the chosen one whom I may appoint over her? For who is like to me? And who shall bear up against me? And who is that shepherd that can withstand my countenance? 45 Therefore hear ye the counsel of the Lord, which he hath taken against Babylon, and his thoughts which he hath thought against the land of the Chaldeans. Surely the little ones of the flocks shall pull them down, of a truth their habitation shall be destroyed with them. 46 At the noise of the taking of Babylon the earth is moved, and the cry is heard amongst the nations. Chapter 51 1 Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will raise up as it were a pestilential wind against Babylon and against the inhabitants thereof, who have lifted up their heart against me. 2 And I will send to Babylon fanners, and they shall fan her, and shall destroy her land, for they are come upon her on every side in the day of her affliction. 3 Let not him that bendeth, bend his bow, and let not him go up that is armed with a coat of mail, spare not her young men, destroy all her army. 4 And the slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldeans, and the wounded in the regions thereof. 5 For Israel and Judah have not been forsaken by their God the Lord of hosts, but their land hath been filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel. 6 Flee ye from the midst of Babylon, and let every one save his own life, be not silent upon her iniquity, for it is the time of revenge from the Lord, he will I render unto her what she hath deserved. 7 Babylon hath been a golden cup in the hand of the Lord, that made all the earth drunk, the nations have drunk of her wine, and there. 7 Babylon hath been a golden cup in the hand of the Lord, that made all the earth drunk, the nations have drunk of her wine, and therefore they have staggered. 8 Babylon is suddenly fallen, and destroyed, howl for her, take balm for her pain, if so she may be healed. 9 We would have cured Babylon, but she is not healed, let us forsake her, and let us go every man to his own land, because her judgment hath reached even to the heavens, and is lifted up to the clouds. 10 The Lord hath brought forth our justices, come, and let us declare in Zion the work of the Lord our God. 11 Sharpen the arrows, fill the quivers, the Lord hath raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes, and his mind is against Babylon to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of the Lord, the vengeance of his temple. 12 Upon the walls of Babylon set up the standard, strengthen the watch, set up the watchmen, prepare the ambushes, for the Lord hath both purposed, and done all that he spoke against the inhabitants of Babylon. 13 O thou that dwellest upon many waters, rich in treasures, thy end is come for thy entire destruction. 14 The Lord of hosts hath sworn by himself, saying, I will fill thee with men as with locusts, and they shall lift up a joyful shout against thee. 15 He that made the earth by his power, that hath prepared the world by his wisdom, and stretched out the heavens by his understanding. 16 When he uttereth his voice the waters are multiplied in heaven, he lifteth up the clouds from the ends of the earth, he hath turned lightning into rain, and hath brought forth the wind out of his treasures. 17 Every man is become foolish by his knowledge, every founder is confounded by his idol, for what he hath cast is a lie, and there is no breath in them. 18 They are vain works, and worthy to be laughed at, in the time of their visitation they shall perish. 19 The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he that made all things he it is, and Israel is the scepter of his inheritance, the Lord of hosts is his name. 20 Thou dashest together for me the weapons of war, and with thee I will dash nations together, and with thee I will destroy kingdoms. 21 And with thee I will break in pieces the horse, and his rider, and with thee I will break in pieces the chariot, and him that getteth up into it. 22 And with thee I will break in pieces man and woman, and with thee I will break in pieces the old man and the child, and with thee I will break in pieces the young man and the virgin. 23 And with thee I will break in pieces the shepherd and his dock, and with thee I will break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen, and with thee I will break in pieces captains and rulers. 24 And I will render to Babylon, and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea all their evil, that they have done in Zion, before your eyes, saith the Lord. 25 Behold, I come against thee, thou destroying mountain, saith the Lord, which corruptest the whole earth, and I will stretch out my hand upon thee, and will roll thee down from the rocks, and will make thee a burnt mountain. 26 And they shall not take of thee a stone for the corner, nor a stone for foundations, but thou shalt be destroyed for ever, saith the Lord. 27 Set ye up a standard in the land, sound with the trumpet among the nations, prepare the nations against her, call together against her the kings of Ararat, many, and Asine, number Taphsar against her, bring the horse as the stinging locust. 28 Prepare the nations against her, the kings of Media, their captains, and all their rulers, and all the land of their dominion. 29 And the land shall be in a commotion, and shall be troubled, for the design of the Lord against Babylon shall awake, to make the land of Babylon desert and uninhabitable. 30 The valiant men of Babylon have forborne to fight, they have dwelt in holds, their strength hath failed, and they are become as women, her dwelling places are burnt, her bars are broken. 31 One running post shall meet another, and messenger shall meet messenger, to tell the king of Babylon that his city is taken from one end to the other. 32 And that the fords are taken, and the marshes are burnt with fire, and the men of war are affrighted. 33 For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the daughter of Babylon is like a thrashing floor, this is the time of her thrashing, yet a little while, and the time of her harvest shall come. 34 Nabuchodonosor king of Babylon hath eaten me up, he hath devoured me, he hath made me as an empty vessel, he hath swallowed me up like a dragon, he hath filled his belly with my delicate meats, and he hath cast me out. 35 The wrong done to me, and my flesh be upon Babylon, saith the habitation of Zion, and my blood upon the inhabitants of Chaldea, saith Jerusalem. 36 Therefore thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will judge thy cause, and will take vengeance for thee, and I will make her sea desolate, and will dry up her spring. 37 And Babylon shall be reduced to heaps, a dwelling place for dragons, an astonishment and a hissing, because there is no inhabitant. 38 They shall roar together like lions, they shall shake their manes like young lions. 39 In their heat I will set them drink, and I will make them drunk, that they may slumber, and sleep an everlasting sleep, and awake no more, saith the Lord. 40 I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter, and like rams with kids. 41 How is Sesach taken, and the renowned one of all the earth surprised? How is Babylon become an astonishment among the nations? 42 The sea is come up over Babylon, she is covered with the multitude of the waves thereof. 43 Her cities are become an astonishment, a land uninhabited and desolate, a land wherein none can dwell, nor son of man pass through it. 44 And I will visit against Bel in Babylon, and I will bring forth out of his mouth that which he had swallowed down, and the rations shall no more flow together to him, for the wall also of Babylon shall fall. 45 Go out of the midst of her, my people, that every man may save his life from the fierce wrath of the Lord. 46 And lest your hearts faint, and ye fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land, and a rumor shall come in 1 year, and after this year another rumor, and iniquity in the land, and ruler upon ruler. 47 Therefore behold, the days come, and I will visit the idols of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. 48 And the heavens and the earth, and all things that are in them shall give praise for Babylon, for spoilers shall come to her from the north, saith the Lord. 49 And as Babylon caused that there should fall slain in Israel, so of Babylon there shall fall slain in all the earth. 50 You that have escaped the sword, come away, stand not still, remember the Lord afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. 51 We are confounded, because we have heard reproach, shame hath covered our faces, because strangers are come upon the sanctuaries of the house of the Lord. 52 Therefore behold the days come, saith the Lord, and I will visit her graven things, and in all her land the wounded shall groan. 53 If Babylon should mount up to heaven, and establish her strength on high, from me there should come spoilers upon her, saith the Lord. 54 The noise of a cry from Babylon, and great destruction from the land of the Chaldeans. 55 Because the Lord hath laid Babylon waste, and destroyed out of her the great voice, and their wave shall roar like many waters, their voice hath made a noise. 56 Because the spoiler is come upon her, that is, upon Babylon, and her valiant men are taken, and their bow is weakened, because the Lord, who is a strong revenger, will surely repay. 57 And I will make her princes drunk, and her wise men, and her captains, and her rulers, and her valiant men, and they shall sleep an everlasting sleep, and shall awake no more, saith the whose name is Lord of hosts. 58 Thus saith the Lord of hosts, that broad wall of Babylon shall be utterly broken down, and her high gates shall be burnt with fire, and the labors of the people shall come to nothing, and of the nations shall go to the fire, and shall perish. 59 The word that Jeremias the prophet commanded Saraias the son of Nereas, the son of Majas, when he went with King Sedecias to Babylon, in the 4th year of his reign. Now Saraias was chief over the prophecy. 60 And Jeremias wrote in one book all the evil that was to come upon Babylon, all these words that are written against Babylon. 61 And Jeremias said to Saraias, When thou shalt come into Babylon, and shalt see, and shalt read all these words, 62 Thou shalt say, O Lord, thou hast spoken against this place to destroy it, so that there should be neither man nor beast to dwell therein, and that it should be desolate forever. 63 And when thou shalt have made an end of reading this book, thou shalt tie a stone to it, and shalt throw it into the midst of the Euphrates. 64 And thou shalt say, Thus shall Babylon sink, and she shall not rise up from the affliction that I will bring upon her, and she shall be utterly destroyed. Thus far are the words of Jeremias. Chapter 52 1 Sedecias was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem, and the name of his mother was Amidal, the daughter of Jeremias of Labna. 2 And he did that which was evil in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that Joachim had done. 3 For the wrath of the Lord was against Jerusalem, and against Judah, till he cast Tehem out from his presence, and Sedecias revolted from the king of Babylon. 4 And it came to pass in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, the 10th day of the month, that Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon came, he and all his army, against Jerusalem, and they besieged it, and built forts against it round about. 5 And the city was besieged until the 11th year of King Sedecias. 6 And in the 4th month, the 9th day of the month, a famine overpowered the city, and there was no food for the people of the land. 7 And the city was broken up, and the men of war fled, and went out of the city in the night by the way of the gate that is between the two walls, and leadeth to the king's garden, the Chaldeans besieging the city round about, sad they went by the way that leadeth to the wilderness. 8 But the army of the Chaldeans pursued after the king, and they overtook Sedecias in the desert which is near Jericho, and all his companions were scattered from him. 9 And when they had taken the king, they carried him to the king of Babylon to Riblatha, which is in the land of Emath, and he gave judgment upon him. 10 And the king of Babylon slew the sons of Sedecias before his eyes, and he slew all the princes of Judah in Riblatha. 11 And he put out the eyes of Sedecias, and bound him with fetters, and the king of Babylon brought him into Babylon, and he put him in prison till the day of his death. 12 And in the 5th month, the 10th day of the month, the same is the 19th year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came Nebuzaradan the general of the army, who stood before the king of Babylon in Jerusalem. 13 And he burnt the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and all the houses of Jerusalem, and every great house he burnt with fire. 14 And all the army of the Chaldeans that were with the general broke down all the wall of Jerusalem round about. 15 But Nebuzaradan the general carried away captive some of the poor people, and of the rest of the common sort who remained in the city, and of the fugitives that were fled over to the king of Babylon, and the rest of the multitude. 16 But of the poor of the land, Nebuzaradan the general left some for vine dressers, and for husbandmen. 17 The Chaldeans also broke in pieces the brazen pillars that were in the house of the Lord, and the bases, and the sea of brass that was in the house of the Lord, and they carried all the brass of them to Babylon. 18 And they took the cauldrons, and the flesh hooks, and the psalteries, and the bowls, and the little mortars, and all the brazen vessels that had been used in the ministry, and 19 The general took away the pitchers, and the censers, and the pots, and 18 And they took the cauldrons, and the flesh hooks, and the psalteries. 13 And he burnt the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and all the houses of Jerusalem, and every great house he burnt with fire. 14 And all the army of the Chaldeans that were with the general broke down all the wall of Jerusalem round about. 15 But Nebuzaradan the general carried away captive some of the poor people, and of the rest of the common sort who remained in the city, and of the fugitives that were fled over to the king of Babylon, and the rest of the multitude. 16 But of the poor of the land, Nebuzaradan the general left some for vine dressers, and for husbandmen. 17 The Chaldeans also broke in pieces the brazen pillars that were in the house of the Lord, and the bases, and the sea of brass that was in the house of the Lord, and they carried all the brass of them to Babylon. 18 And they took the cauldrons, and the flesh hooks, and the psalteries, and the bowls, and the little mortars, and all the brazen vessels that had been used in the ministry, and 19 The general took away the pitchers, and the censers, and the pots, and the basins, and the candlesticks, and the mortars, and the cups, as many as were of gold, in gold, and as many as were of silver, in silver, 20 And the 2 pillars, and 1 sea, and 12 oxen of brass that were under the bases, which King Solomon had made in the house of the Lord. There was no weight of the brass of all these vessels. 21 And concerning the pillars, 1 pillar was 18 cubits high, and a cord of 12 cubits compassed it about, but the thickness thereof was 4 fingers, and it was hollow within. 22 And chapiteers of brass were upon both, and the height of 1 chapiter was 5 cubits, and network, and pomegranates were upon the chapiteers round about, all of brass. The same of the 2nd pillar, and the pomegranates. 23 And there were 96 pomegranates hanging down, and the pomegranates being 100 in all, were compassed with network. 24 And the general took Saraias the chief priest, and Sophonias the 2nd priest, and the 3 keepers of the entry. 25 He also took out of the city 1 eunuch that was chief over the men of war, and 7 men of them that were near the king's person, that were found in the city, and a scribe, an officer of the army who exercised the young soldiers, and 60 men of the people of the land, that were found in the midst of the city. 26 And Nebuzaradan the general took them, and brought them to the king of Babylon, to Riblatha. 27 And the king of Babylon struck them, and put them to death in Riblatha, in the land of Emath, and Judah was carried away captive out of his land. 28 This is the people whom Nebuchadnezzar carried away captive, in the 7th year, 3,023 Jews. 29 In the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar, 832 souls from Jerusalem. 30 In the 23rd year of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuzaradan the general carried away of the Jews 745 souls. So all the souls were 4,600. 31 And it came to pass in the 37th year of the captivity of Joachim king of Judah, in the 12th month, the 25th day of the month, that Evil-Merodach king of Babylon, in the 1st year of his reign, lifted up the head of Joachim king of Judah, and brought him forth out of prison. 32 And he spoke kindly to him, and he set his throne above the thrones of the kings that were with him in Babylon. 33 And he changed his prison garments, and he ate bread before him always all the days of his life. 34 And for his diet a continual provision was allowed him by the king of Babylon, every day a portion, until the day of his death, all the days of his life.